Part 2. We left off with the cliffhanger. Perry shot Sabrina. We can assume she shot other dolls and she shot us. Before we jump in, I think either... Well, I only think one thing. It's a dream. It has to be a dream. I don't know what else it could be. So, we'll see, I guess. Hopefully, they'll tell us here in the first story node. Uh-oh. Bang. A bullet tears through Perry's core without warning, sending her body to crumpling to the floor. Her eyes grow dim. The vivid young girl just a moment ago now lies dead, a look of trepidation frozen on her face. Then, everything plunges into a bottomless darkness. Yes, for sure. The commander and Perry wander through the bustling marketplace, quickly striking a number of quarterly orders through Perry's connections. They are greeted by underground brokers acquainted with Perry along the way. You know, I'm starting to wonder if I'm really the one who has been living in the contamination zones all these years. It looks like you're more than acquainted. You seem more than familiar with their price hiking game, after all. Nice. Then I'll be counting on you, Perry. The commander pats Perry on the head. The petite doll happily savors this brief moment shared between the two of them. Given that Sector Technology's commission has wrapped up smoothly and the Elmo's maintenance not concluding anytime soon, I suppose everyone just got a little excited to be able to take some time off. Just look at how they all took off in a flash after their constant chattering just moments ago. You seem to really enjoy being around everyone. Perry gazes over the winding market stalls and the bustling crowds. A fleeting sadness crosses her face before she brightens up again. It's been truly eye-opening. I've heard Polynesia talking about a certain big fair that the brokers would hold, but this is my first time actually attending it. Thanks to its proximity to the resort and the Elmo's ongoing maintenance, I can actually take some time off to take a look here. Nope, the fair's location always changes every year, and it never happened to meet closely with the Elmo's course in the past. However, I never imagined the brokers could operate something on this scale.
者にとってそのまま利用できる建築物はありがたいですからね。今回の主催者はこの一帯を仕切る大物闇ブローカーです。なのでここを選んだのも不思議ではありません。とはいえかなり入念に用意していますね。汚染エリアじゃまず見ないカフェやジムなどの施設まで新しく作られています。闇ブローカーや賞金ハンターはもちろん、グリーンホワイトエリアのようなセーフエリアから来た一般人や普通の商人が来ることも想定しているんでしょうね。
Hosting a trade expo on this scale? This broker must have some significant influence. It's strange how this underground broker's fair suddenly got such a formal name. When Polonitsa hosted them, the invitations I received were called something else. I remember it being Mercury something something. We haven't seen her in a while. Polonitsa nonchalantly appears beside the two without uttering any greeting, as if she has been tagging along this whole time. Poaching my doll right in front of me? Kind of tacky, even for you. Seeing Perry's perplexed expression, Polonitsa makes a pleased gesture and hands the floor over to the commander to explain. As you know, Polonitsa is a surrogate of the brokers. I know he came here not to just help me to procure goods, but also to gather information on Thompson. Polonitsa has a lot of contacts, so it'll be far more efficient to ask for her help. Sounds like you're quite familiar with him. How close are the two of you? With Polonitsa as our guarantor, we bypass several guards and ultimately arrive at Jacob's place, the most upscale looking two-story tavern in the entire settlement. After seating Polonitsa in her company, Jacob snaps his fingers and beckons over his waiters to serve them alcohol. Only then does he smile and greet Polonitsa. Yeah, he kind of just looks like trouble, I don't know. Noticing Polonitsa's gaze sweep over his well-tailored suit, Jacob smiles.
商人として当然のことだ。もっともお前に教えられたことだがな。世間話はこれくらいにしておこう。ご友人を待たせては悪い。
Jacob waves his hand, and all the neatly dressed waiters reverently pour champagne into the guests' glasses. Without paying close attention, one can easily miss the weapons holstered on their waists, and a glint of silver hiding in the shadows.
ポルドニッツァから噂を聞いて、ずっと会えるのを楽しみにしていましたよ。エルモ号の指揮官。では、出会いと再会を祝って。
Jacob gracefully raises his glass, as if celebrating the opening of a grand party. Same goes for me. I look forward to our cooperation. The commander and Polonitsa also raise their glasses and take a symbolic sip of the champagne within.
今回の催し、ご満足いただけてますか？
どうなんだい指揮官ペリー。もちろんです。
Perry, who has been waiting for her moment, immediately takes the chance to jump into the conversation.
品揃えは豊富だし、普段見られない貴重品もたくさんありました。大変でしたよね。
Jacob's face fills with even more pride.
よくお気づきに。あなたも闇ブローカーなのかな？
まだまだ駆け出しですが、業界経験自体は豊富です。交易ルートも情報提供もきっとお役に立てます。私の連絡先です。どうぞよろしくお願いいたします。
As if on cue, Perry hands over her contact info. Jacob lets out a puzzling chuckle as he glances at Perry's information.
イエローエリアによくいる情報屋か。
情報は大事ですよ。実を言うと、ヤクブさんにお聞きしたいことが。
Perry briefly explains her request to Jacob.
トンプソンについてですか？協力したいのは山々ですが、残念ながらこちらも情報がありません。ただ、
Jacob pauses, then eyes Perry with a scrutinizing gaze, as if assessing her worth.
ここら一帯を仕切る闇ブローカーとして心当たりはある。そうなの。
Jacob chuckles and turns his gaze towards Polonitsa.
もちろん、ポルドニッツァの顔に免じて手がかり集めには協力しましょう。伊達に一大勢力を築き上げていませんからね。ただしこちらが集めた情報もソースはよその人間。信憑性は保証しません。信頼できる情報を得るには相応の対価はつきもの。お友達価格にも限界があることをあらかじめお伝えしておきます。
The smile on Jacob's face grows wider. Only now does Perry understand the meaning behind it. The pride as the biggest broker in the region, and perhaps a tinge of contempt. Still, only someone truly capable can afford to display such an attitude.
そうですね。
Perry lowers her head in thought, fully aware that she is in no position to cover the cost of such intel. We don't have much assets to work with. That being said, given that we're at a broker's fair, I assume there will be more than one way to acquire information.
指揮官様。
さすがイエローエリアを渡り歩いてるだけある。
価格交渉は基本中の基本だ。キャラバンを抜けた時のこと忘れたとは言わせないよ、ヤクブ。
Although Polonitza's smile remains elegant as ever, that natural oppressiveness in her eyes suggests she is used to looking down on him. The relationship between the two doesn't seem to have been friendship, or at the very least, it wasn't a friendship built on equal footing.
誤解されては困るな。こちらの指揮官を私は大層気に入っている。欲のない人間は信用できない。 なのでチャンスをあげましょう。明日開催されるゼマンラリー、私の名前を冠したこの大会を勝ち抜けば、情報を含めどんな商品も買える権利が与えられます。
それがあんたの考えた誘致イベントかい？
その通り。政府エリアの提携先は実力のあるキャラバンを好みます。どんな取引も商品が汚染エリアで台無しになっては話になりません。
ルールは？
Say, what are the rules for the rally?
自信のある人は好きですよ。このレースは本来提携パートナーを選抜するためのものですが、今回裾野を広げるために闇ブローカー以外の人間も参戦します。パフォーマンスに応じて参加者には出張市場で利用できるポイントが付与されます。もちろん相手が私でも商品が情報の場合でも使えます。私はね、金もリソースも腐るほどあるんですよ。本来値段にこだわる必要はないのですが、ポルトニッツァの友人であるあなた方にはつい期待してしまいます。実力見定めさせてもらいますよ。
百部さん、闇ブローカーというよりなんだかホワイトエリアの商人のようでしたね。
A faint frown appears on Perry's face, seemingly puzzled by the earlier exchange.
ああいうスタイルなだけで根っこは同じさ。
From what he said, he must have worked with you in the past, right? Why doesn't he follow your style?
あんまり勝手な言いがかりはつけない方がいいよ。今のヤッコさんは大物だし、向こうの方が優位に立っている。
He's not even hiding the fact that he's distancing himself from the Yellow Zone brokers. Anyway, that's besides the point.
そうですね。手段はあるんですから利用しないではないです。ヤクブさんは私たちの価値を見定めているんです。やっぱり商人にとってそれが一番大事ですよね。早くレースにエントリーしましょう。毎日ポイントを獲得できるなら早いうちにやっておいた方が。
Are you coming with us, Polonetsa?
私は遠慮しとくよ。もともと参加するつもりもない。
I still can't get over that she has a deagle just holstered right there. Are you concerned about something?
来た時に見えなかったかい？外に止められた改造車が。
Ah. I did. Kluklai and Sabrina, my dolls aboard immediately got drawn to them. Are those vehicles meant to participate in the rally?
そうさ。どんな改造が施されてるか分かりゃしない。忠告しておくけど、これは衛星都市で開催される行儀のいいレースとは別物。後悔しないことだね。
Oh, is this like a Mad Max type of thing where like you can die from these races? The commander looks at Perry, only to find her with an even more resolute expression.
分かっています。でも師匠を見つけるためならどんなに可能性の低い方法でも。とにかくエントリーしておきますね。あ、これ私の連絡先です。今後もよろしくお願いします、ポルドニッツァさん。
Polonetsa shrugs and flashes the commander a resigned smile as she watches Perry run off.
ほら、行ってきな。
In no time, Perry and the commander reach the registration booth. The registration process is automated, but the two staff members are present to assist participants with any difficulties.
ゼマンラリー、ここですよね。思ったより人が多い。
Except they're all old acquaintances. Standing in front of the booth are the very same dolls from the Elmo that went off on their own. Sabrina, who spots Perry and the commander first, immediately calls out enthusiastically. Oh.
まさかそっちもレースに？ お姉ちゃんは改造車と勝負したかったんだけど、ならレースに出ろだってさ。仕方ないからエントリーしに来たわけ。指揮官たちはどうして？
Klukai. There's something I want with a hefty price tag attached to it, and it just so happens there's an opportunity to make a big buck.
やっぱりポイント目当てなんだ。ペリーなら絶対目をつけると思ってたよ。
With Perry's arrival, the registration booth becomes even more lively. Another group searching for the commander is able to spot him quickly upon seeing the commotion and weaves through the crowd to catch up.
やっと見つけました、指揮官。
Springfield and the dolls of the Zakiro Cafe approach from the direction the voice has come from.
今夜の宿泊先を手配しました。賑やかですね。ここで何を？私たちのことを忘れたのは確かね。
Oh my god.
お疲れのようですが、本当に大丈夫ですか？シャークリーのダンスで元気にしてあげるよ。
Sharky. It's nothing complicated. We're preparing for tomorrow's rally race. Would the Zakiro be interested?
おお、これが宿屋の主人が言ってたレースなんだ。勝てばみんなシャークリーに注目しちゃうよね。でも一人だと危ないな。誰かに協力してもらわないと。
While mumbling to herself in feigned frustration, she swiftly approaches Sabrina, who is indulging in her ice cream cones.
ねえサブリナ。
As soon as the word leaves Sharky's mouth, Perry jumps between the two.
サブリナさん、私と組みませんか？二人ならきっと勝てますよ。
Oh, because of the last time.
わあ、シャークリーが先なのに。
Wait, so this is... yeah, this is after part 1 for sure. So what happened with her shooting us? Is that ever going to be explained? That it was probably a dream, I bet. Perry does not concede one bit and continues to ask Sabrina about her partnership.
ポイントは山分け。サブリナさんの欲しがってる限定改造キットもなんとかします。だから私と組んでください。お願いします。そんなに必死にならなくてもよくない？
Sabrina, equally taken aback by Perry's earnestness, hurriedly wipes the ice cream off the corner of her mouth.
よくわからないけど、一緒に組もうね、ペリー。つまんないの。
Watching from the sidelines, Belka immediately follows suit and throws her hands around Klukai and starts acting coy.
ねえねえお姉ちゃん、美容家と一緒にレースに出よう。絶対足引っ張らないから。ねえ、お願い。足を引っ張られても優勝は私のものよ。それを証明してみせるわ。
She's so cool.
嘘ってことは組んでくれるの？やったー。404の敵は404が撃つ。それより話しなさい。熱い。
Klukai deliberately stares at the Zakiro ladies in the distance.
面白くなってきましたね。センタウレイシーさんとマキアートさんも参加されてはいかがですか？こんな遊びにほうけてる時間はないわ。それにあいつに注目されない限り意味なんかないし。
But we're gonna be participating.
優勝したら嫌でも目立ちますよ。
Aw.
そうかしら。指揮官も何か欲しいものがあって参加したんだと思いますよ。マキアートさんが優勝してそれを渡すのもまた一興かと。
Springfield is like the wing woman for Macchiato.
ご主人様のお役に立てるなら私がズッケロの名義で参加してもよろしいですか？参加しないでなんて言ってないじゃない。あいつに欲しいものがあるなら 私も出る。
With all that being said, are you not participating yourself, Springfield? Most dolls have formed their teams and registered following the system's on-screen prompts. The originally tense rally, under the influence of such an atmosphere, now seems like a recreational activity while on vacation. Back at the resort, you barely had time to play given your duty as the organizer. Do you feel like getting a bit more hands-on this time?
お気遣い感謝します。ここで断ってしまっては野暮ですね。参加者の皆様にお知らせです。エントリー終了後、すべての車両は羅針盤ナビゲーションシステムのインストールをお願いいたします。インストール終了後は速やかにレースに備えてください。
That just seems sketchy. The announcement from the registration booth sounds promptly as the participants complete their registration.
ナビ、そんなのいらないでしょ。
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. A broker working at the booth pokes his head out after hearing the participants' complaint. Who are you?
羅針盤システムはナビだけでなく、すべての車両の位置情報と配達地点の共有機能も備わっています。皆様の安全とレース状況の把握において極めて重要です。
Ah, okay.
それなら仕方ないですね。ところでさっきのアナウンス、もしかしてレースはこの後すぐなんですか？じゃあ急がないとね。そっか。じゃあシャークリーも早く協力相手見つけないと。誰にしようかな。
She's so cute. With Perry and Sabrina's departure, more and more dolls realize it's time to set off, and the bustling booth moments ago has suddenly calmed down. At midnight, all the dolls have long gone into hibernation either due to all the antics during the day or in preparation for tomorrow's rally, except Perry, who suddenly boots up. Perry weaves through the winding market rows gracefully without switching on any light, as if she's long been familiar with this place. After a good few turns, Perry arrives at an unremarkable corner. The bustling of the fair in the distance obscures Perry's deliberately lowered voice, and the shadows cast by the surrounding walls become her best form of concealment.
絶対に見つけないと。
Her mumbling echoes erratically in the dark of the night. Dot dot dot. Oh my god, that's kind of scary. It's like a creepypasta. Finally, her voice stops. After carefully checking the perimeter, Perry quickly departs. Around 2 minutes later, a hidden onlooker slowly paces over. Oh my god. Springfield follows Perry's steps to the corner Perry briefly stopped by, only to find a dead end with no one there. However, the place isn't entirely empty. Something is parked there, eerily out of place. It's a modified Jeep. It's the vehicle Perry prepared for tomorrow's rally. This is scary, man. That was like creepypasta level type stuff.
まもなくレーススタートです。参加者は各々の車両に乗車してください。
Outside the crowded fair, an assortment of the broker's modified vehicles gathered by the starting line, awaiting the signal. Above the track, an announcement repeats endlessly.
本レースにおいてコースは限定しませんが、いくつかの配送地点を通過する必要があります。その際のタイムと商品の状態に応じてポイントが付与されます。ポイント集計は毎日行われ、低い順から淘汰されていきます。敗者復活はありません。配送地点では補給と修理を行います。ご不明な点がございましたら運営へお問い合わせください。
I avoid the rowdy crowd by the racetrack and reach the spectator platform next to the starting line. The participating dolls sit ready in their respective vehicles a short distance away, poised for action. Perry pokes her head out of the window and waves at me when she sees me get close. Sabrina, riding shotgun, also joyfully waves at me. Over on the other side are the three teams from the Zakiro. Springfield and Signaturissa are each in their own vehicle, with Macchiato and Sharky together on another jeep. Noticing my gaze, Springfield flashes me a smile from afar while Signaturissa nods at me. Meanwhile, Macchiato simply glances at me before quickly turning her head ahead to focus on the track, seemingly saying something to Sharky. Well, what do you want him to do? Stare at you or stare at someone else? Why is she so tsundere? Macchiato glimpses at the jeep to her side. Klukai, with her hand on the wheel, returns a cold gaze, in contrast to the green-haired doll in the passenger seat who is bursting with excitement. I'm surprised Klukai isn't staring at us. Ah, she's so cute. Belka closes her mouth and looks ahead intently with her rifle firmly in hand. Before long, she turns around and pulls a silly face at Macchiato while triumphantly waving her fist. Bang. A shot rings out, and countless vehicles are off to the races. After departing from the fair, the cramped cluster of vehicles soon disperse in different directions, each of the doll teams heading towards their planned direction. Before long, Perry and Sabrina's vehicle rolls into a valley with Springfield and Sinatra following close by. Yeah, they're using grenades. Oh, they're trying to destroy the cargo. Oh, okay, that makes sense. It's basically trying to show that you're capable of getting to your destination on time and with the cargo intact. That's kind of smart, but dangerous.
稼ぎましょう。捕まっててください。
Alright, how do we do this to make it lore accurate? I guess because we're following Perry and Sabrina, we can have like Sabrina as like
配信開始。
the story doll, and then just have whoever.
じゃあ始めよっか。
We'll just have whoever isn't a part of Sabrina and Perry's team. So
ターゲット確認。
something like this.
了解。
Let's speed this up a little
了
bit.
解。
Yeah, that works.
わかった。
And then we'll have Sabrina get the last kill.
作戦するよ。
Perry and Sabrina continue their dash towards their checkpoint after fending off a few groups of elids in their path. However, they shortly run into another firefight. A small jeep suddenly bursts out of the barren landscape and struggles to complete a hard turn upon the field. Several modified vehicles are in pursuit, with the crew aiming and shooting their guns at the small jeep. Under the command of their leader, the men inside the cars open fire. Bullets rain down on the small jeep.
あっちの闇ブローカーおっかないね。ずっとあのちっちゃい車乗ってるよ。これが商業競争か。競合チームのようですね。でも避ければどうということはありません。
Perry steers her vehicle to avoid becoming entangled, and the opponent does not seem to be in the mood to let them off the hook. A vehicle soon chases after them and bullets start raining down.
そんな追ってきて。サブリナさん。
I mean, they just... yeah.
オッケー。
Okay. As Perry hits the gas, Sabrina stands up and fires back, forcing the pursuing vehicle to peel off and head for its original target. The small jeep that barely got some breathing room is once again sent scurrying under relentless gunfire. Sabrina looks at the encircled jeep in the distance with concern.
どうかしました？あの中にいるの小さい女の子の気がする。子供でも闇ブローカーになれるの？
Perry takes a look over curiously. A petite girl in the driver's seat is struggling to maneuver the vehicle amidst the hail of gunfire. Jeez.
ちょっとひどいね。サブリナさん、行きましょう。
Perry clutches the steering wheel and glances at Sabrina.
一方的にいじめなんかさせない。はい。
Well, that's nice. On the other side, outside delivery checkpoint 2.
店長も他の人もいない。シャークリーたちが一番乗りだ。ふん、帰ったらあいつに。
Without warning, a bullet whizzes past the window. Sharky sends the wheel flying, and the jeep drifts in an arc across the sand. However, more bullets start flying towards them from far away. The source of those bullets is a silver-haired doll, her countenance cold and her gun raised. Her black jeep rapidly approaches their position.
なんなのよ。
Macchiato grabs her gun to fire a few warning shots at the wheels of the adversary from the front passenger seat. However, the silver-haired doll is already prepared for such a response and sharply whips the jeep around, avoiding the incoming fire. A green-haired doll fires another volley of bullets from the newly exposed side window. Oh, I don't know why I forgot about Klukai. I was like, who's the silver-haired doll? But it's Klukai.
シャークリー、援護。
Macchiato fires back definitely, directing all her bullets at the fuel tank of her opponent's vehicle. Unfortunately, Klukai anticipates the counterattack again and dodges it with another swing. Her expression turns grim as she returns fire.
装しないといけないようね。ははーん、404の隊長さん敵討ちしに来たんだ。どうするマキアート。反撃に決まってるでしょ。
Macchiato raises her rifle and fires again.
むしろちょうどいいわ。いつも偉そうに私がいれば十分と言いながらあいつのそばをうろうろして、それはこっちのセリフだっての。
Oh, yeah, I was wondering, how these two would act towards each other because they're always like, constantly like trying to get the commander's attention. I am all you need constantly. I'll make the idiot commander. Okay. Know who's. Wait, what? I'll make that idiot commander know who's really all he needs. Oh.
怖いなあ。嫉妬深いと嫌われちゃうよ。
She's so cute.
誰が嫉妬なんか。
Taking advantage of Macchiato's momentary lapse in concentration, Hyde 404's bullets strike the door of the vehicle while their black Jeep rapidly approaches and slams into Macchiato's vehicle. Clutide then keeps her Jeep parallel to Macchiato's in a show of force.
なら勝負しようじゃない。404とズッケはどっちがいるか。指揮官が他の人形に抱く無駄な期待を捨てさせるいい機会だわ。
Jeez.
やってやろうじゃない。何してんのシャンクリー。このまま間合いを詰めさせる気。
The two vehicles quickly pull apart again, muzzle flashes bursting between them.
マキアート、荷物が落ちちゃうよ。うっさい。404なんて先を越させない。
Yeah, all they have to do is just shoot the cargo, right? Several hours after the start of the race, one team after another finally reaches the finish line. Harry and Sabrina's vehicle is in the lead, barreling into the resting zone, with Springfield's and Sinistarisa's vehicles following close behind. Sabrina jumps out and grabs Perry in celebration as soon as the vehicle stops.
やったね、ペリー。勝ったよ。やっぱり私たちが組めば怖いものなしです。
おめでとう。
Congratulations, you managed to bag the highest amount of points.
ありがとうございます。ねえ指揮官、ペリーのハンドルさばき結構すごかったよ。明日は私たちと来ない？
I don't think that's a good idea. Haha. With how intense the race is, I'd rather just watch from the sideline. Springfield and Sinistariza also approached during the conversation.
ペリーさんとサブリナさん、息ぴったりでしたね。スプリングフィールドさんとセンタウレイシーさんもすごかったです。あの手強い闇ブローカーがいなければ勝ったのはそちらかもしれません。今日は負けましたが、明日は本気で行かせてもらいますよ。
Oh no, not Sekiro.
こっちも全力で応戦するね。
The group chatters as they head for the registration booth. I follow behind them, but can't help looking back at the racetrack. As broker teams continue rolling in, certain figures are still nowhere to be seen for some reason.
指揮官、どうかしましたか？
We still have two more teams out there. They should have arrived by now, given what they're capable of.
マキアートさんとクルカイさんのことでしたら、先ほどシャークリーさんがメッセージをくれました。どうやら第二配送地点付近で激しく争った結果、
Oh my god.
双方失格となったようです。今頃おそらく運営と口論しているでしょう。センタウレイシーさんが様子を見に行ったのでご心配なく。
What should we do about them?
彼女たちらしいですね。
Shortly thereafter, the participants' scores are logged into the system by the staff. Harry sighs in relief after seeing the string of numbers behind her name grow in digits.
今日稼いだポイントで情報変えないかな。
How about we ask Mr. Jacob if you're that worried about it? Perry looks up and realizes the host of the event is standing right before her with a smile. Jacob now seems far more friendly, unlike the subtle arrogance he displayed yesterday.
おめでとうございます、ペリーさん。大活躍でしたね。噂になってましたよ。
いえいえ、そんな。今のポイントで師匠の情報と交換できますか？
聞くと思いました。ですが残念ながらまだ裏取りが必要です。貴重な情報はそれ相応の対価が求められる。そちらは引き続き準備の方をお願いします。
裏取りが必要ということは手がかりはあるんですね。あとは私でやりますので、今日のポイントと足りなければ私の貯金から。
申し訳ありませんが、生半可な商品を提供するつもりはありません。
That's nice, I guess.
引き続きレースに参加してください。ポイントが多ければ多いほどそちらの手札も増えますよ。
そうですね。わかりました。
ペリーさんなら分かっていただけると思いました。では検討をいただきます。
Perry's shoulders suddenly slump down as she watches Jacob walk away. I sigh silently and pat her gently on the shoulder. Nothing can be done all at once, Perry. There's a very strong flow of information during this fair, so the longer you stay around here, the more likely you'll run across the relevant information.
ですよね。ありがとうございます、指揮官様。
Perry perks up again and nods, clenching her fists in the process.
じゃあ私はこれから準備に。すみません、待ってください。
Oh, is it the girl that they saved? A young girl with an overstuffed backpack squeezes her way through the crowd and grabs onto Perry. She wipes the grime off her face and grins at Perry cheerfully.
ペリーさんですよね。アミンダって言います。レース中はありがとうございました。あなたは確か強豪チームに目をつけられてた。そうです。弱小チームを狙うなんて卑怯ですよ。ペリーさんたちのおかげで生き残れました。本当にありがとうございます。いえ、当たり前のことをしただけですから。これ、私の連絡先です。私にできることがあればいつでも呼んでください。物でも情報でも何でもありますよ。情報が欲しいです。トンプソンって人形知りませんか？私の師匠で保全エリアで失踪したんです。トンプソン？聞いたことないですね。
Aminda suddenly freezes. She stares ahead, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. I follow her gaze, only to see Jianyu dragging Xiaowei at a full sprint towards us. They have also come to participate in the fair after handing over their duties to Meshi and Adoris. Evidently, Jianyu seems to be the one more enthralled by the bustling fair. Without Diane's supervision, Jianyu has spent the entire day strolling through the dazzling rows of booths. Because of this, the two of them did not attend the rally race.
指揮官、アミンダ。
Aminda. Aminda rushes over and gives Jiaowei a tight bear hug. Jiaowei wipes a tear off Aminda's face as the corners of her mouth rise into a stiff yet heartfelt smile.
久しぶり、アミンダ。
Jiaowei introduces her companions to Aminda one by one. So you're that broker friend Jiaowei brought up. No wonder your name sounded a bit familiar. Thanks for taking care of Jiaowei back then.
お世話になったのは私の方です。少し前の通信で気の合う人と出会ったって聞きましたが、まさかこんなに早く本人と会えるなんて。
Jiawei looks at me and coughs awkwardly before switching the conversation to another topic.
アミンダ、そっちの戦力は足りてる？必要なら私が出てもいいけど。
大丈夫。仲間はもう見つけたから。あのチームのこともちゃんと避けるし。
Seeing that Jiawei's demeanor stays somewhat grim, Aminda tugs on her hand.
心配しないで。こう見えても自分のキャラバンを持った闇ブローカーなんだから。うちにはすごく強い戦術人形もいるし、今日は用事で出られなかったけど、いたらあんな奴らに負けないもん。
Oh, I wonder who that doll is.
シュウカって言うんだ
Oh.
けど、長期の仲間と同じ元グリビンで。お、
Aminda looks at me and suddenly hits herself on the head.
まさかあなたがシュウカのよく言ってた指揮官ですか？
Eh? Jiawa is...
ああ、シュウカというのは今の名前で、スティグマは確か97式ショットガン。97式ショットガン、あなたのとこにいたんだ。あの子元気？
I'm not gonna lie, I kinda had to look up how to say her name, but I got it.
はい、強いし料理も美味しくてみんなに好かれています。いつも指揮官って言ってて、事情があってグリフィンの知り合いに会えないとか。
Aminda looks at me and the surrounding dolls, a bit baffled. That agreement has been temporarily relaxed as a result of certain events. Would you mind sharing this news with Joa when you get the chance?
なるほど、わかりました。きっと喜びます。でもそうなったらまた新しい人形を探さないとな。
Aminda seems to have something else to say as well, but a ringtone suddenly erupts from her pockets. She jumps around as she tries to take out her terminal.
そういえば仲間と会う約束でした。では皆さん、失礼します。長期、レースが終わったらまた遊ぼうね。ベリーさん、探してる人の情報が入ったらすぐ教えますね。はい、ありがとうございます。
Aminda scurries away. After her departure, Perry soon takes her leave in preparation for tomorrow's race. Xiaowei and Jianyu and I return to the fair for a quick gander before each goes our ways. My head is spinning. Should have known better than trying to outdrink Polonetsa. After parting ways with Xiaowei and Jianyu, I unexpectedly ran into Polonetsa and got dragged into a tavern to discuss business. It was already well past midnight by the time I left the tavern. Most of the booths had closed, and the bustling fair had fallen silent with nary a presence, where the night is lit only by a flicker of dim lights. As I slowly make my way back to my quarters while cradling my head, I seem to catch a faint, unintelligible mumble coming from a secluded alley.
絶対に見つけないと。
Why are they censoring it? This voice sure sounds familiar. I followed the voice into the alley, only to see a silhouette resembling Perry rushing out and immediately disappearing into the darkness of the night. Perry? Confused as I am, I look back at the direction she came from. In the dimly lit dead end, the very jeep Perry used for the rally race quietly sits there. What's going on? Has it broken down? Just as I'm about to inspect the vehicle, another voice sounds from right behind me.
指揮官、大丈夫ですか？
Springfield. Springfield? Why are you here?
ホルドニッツァさんに連れて行かれてから音沙汰がなかったので探しに。さっきのはペリーさんですか？
So it's not just me being drunk. You saw her too, right?
はい。
Was she talking to someone? But there's no one here. Could it have been a call? Why would she come here of all places for a call? As I attempt to step into the alley to inspect it further, I trip over a stone slab protruding from the ground and almost fall over before Springfield manages to catch me and help me up.
指揮官、今夜はもうお休みになった方がいいかと。ペリーさんには明日聞きましょう。
Yes, please. Let me sleep in your lap.
そう
Right. I am indeed exhausted after all that drinking with Polonitsa, but I still can't shake that sense of unease.
こんな夜
What's Barry doing here in the middle of the night? Springfield, have you noticed anything? Has there been anything unusual with Perry these past 2 days? Springfield ponders for a moment and raises her eyes calmly.
ないですね。車の様子を見に来ただけかもしれません。ポイントにこだわってましたから。
そう
Yeah, that makes sense. Well, we need to find Thompson ASAP.
トンプソン
え、寒くなってきました。お部屋まで送ります。
Still concerned about what occurred last night, Springfield and I decided to pay Perry an early visit to see if she needs any help, or at the very least, some comfort. However, Perry's room appears to be empty with no sign of her anywhere.
もう会場
She left this early to head to the track?
昨日は激戦でしたし、念入りに準備しているんでしょうね。
そう
Well, let's head on over and see.
戦場は片付いた。皆の者、よくやったな。
Man, that was a lot to unpack. That was the story, but it's just, wow, there's a lot. As Springfield and the commander arrive at the track, Perry, who was stretching next to her vehicle, greets them with her usual cheerful smile and enthusiastic hand waves.
指揮官様、スプリングフィールドさん、いよいよですよ。
調子が良さそうだな
You seem to be in high spirits. How did your prep work go yesterday?
絶対に勝てるルートを一晩かけて割り出しました。待っててくださいね。すぐに戻ります。一晩で地形を把握されたのですか？すごいですね。いきなり後ろから話しかけないでくださいよ。すみません。ですが、配送地点が変わらずとも、汚染エリアは常に危険と隣り合わせ。いつ雪袋やバヤーグに出くわすかわかりませんから。大丈夫です。サブリナさんと一緒なら今日のレースも勝てます。そうだね。ところで今日は私たち以外はスプリングフィールドとセンターレーシーしかいないんだね。
Alright, because the other two groups got disqualified. Sabrina looks around the track.
あれ、確かに脱落してもレース会場には来るはずなのに。シャークリーさんもいつもスプリングフィールドさんについてきてるのにいないし。
Amidst the duo's confusion, Springfield offers her explanation.
シャークリーさんをお探しですか？はい、ちょっと心配で。
Springfield smiles wryly.
昨日のレースでクルカイさんとマキアートさんの争いに巻き込まれる形で脱落しました。
Oof.
今は部屋で拗ねています。
Aw.
そうなんですか。クルカイさんたちも同じ理由ですか？マキアートさんはポイントが稼げなくて拗ねていましたが、クルカイさんの方は。センターレイシーさん、何か知りませんか？今朝お部屋を訪ねてみたのですが、いませんでした。彼女の性格的におそらくトレーニングかと。そうですか。ちゃんと慰めてあげてくださいね。
ああ
Yeah, I will.
まもなく開始します。参加者は位置についてください。始まっちゃいます。お手柔らかにお願いしますね、ペリーさん。それでは 行ってきます。
After some brief greetings, Springfield and Senator Teresa turn to their own vehicles. Perry, on the other hand, does not immediately embark on hers. She turns around and looks at the commander with an intense stare.
指揮官様、
Yes? What's the matter, Perry?
励ましてくれますか？ちょっと緊張しちゃって。
Ah.
繰り返します。参加者は位置についてください。
Ignoring the announcement, Perry stares at the commander. You speak as if you haven't won yesterday's race. I promise you, I'll be waiting for you, right here.
いいえ、今度こそ絶対に勝ちますから待っててください。よしよしたかがレースでしょ。そんなに緊張しなくてもいいじゃん。
I'm so curious, like, what she wants.
行きましょう、サブリナさん。
Well, I know what she wants. She wants to find Master Thompson, but I wonder, like... Perry waves at the commander, then runs to her jeep alongside Sabrina. A few minutes later, the rally officially begins. Perry and Sabrina cruise smoothly along their pre-planned route.
あれ？ペリー、羅針盤の画面にピンがいっぱい刺してあるよ。ちょっと危ないんじゃない？え？どれどれ？
Perry glances at the screen. A confident expression then appears on her face.
ああ、これは生き袋の巣穴やバリアードの拠点です。昨日苦労して集めた情報なんですよ。迂回した方が足止め食らわずに済みますよね。すごいよ、ペリー。でもこれってリアルタイムナビゲーションだよね。マーキングまでできるんだ。上から聞いて知ったんです。
She probably read it herself.
どんな時でも情報は一番大事です。ちょうど得意分野で助かりました。
Perry puts on a sly smile and winks at Sabrina.
商人たるもの、切り札は常に用意してないと。
Following the route planned by Perry, the rallies result in pretty much a done deal. The vehicle leads all other participants by a wide margin.
すごい。これなら今日は無傷で走り抜けそうだよ。さすがにそう簡単には。汚染エリアですから何が起こっても不思議ではありません。例えばほら、目の前。わあ、生き袋だ。サブリナさん、行けますか？大丈夫、任せて。
Nice. Yeah, this is fine.
了解。
Oh, yeah. Oh, man, the lag.
わかった。ターゲットがさて。それ、逃がしません。思った以上に時間使っちゃったね。
Did it? Leaning against the window of the passenger seat, Sabrina looks quite regretful.
もし生き袋を回避できなかったら、レースを完走する体力がなかったよ。これもこのレースの趣旨ですね。危険は常に思わぬところに潜んでいますから。
Suddenly, a silhouette draws their attention towards it.
ペリー、見て。スプリングフィールドさんだ。車の様子を見てるようですね。私たちみたいに襲われたのかな。修理しているのなら手伝わないと。でも
Seeing Perry's indecisiveness, Sabrina cheerfully retrieves the tool she always carried with her.
大丈夫だって。こういうのは得意だから。サブリナさんの能力を疑っているのではなく、レースが。ちょっと待ってください。順位を確認します。
Perry taps on the screen and the list of participants pops out.
あれ、 品も破壊されたのかな。それなら多少ポイントが低くても脱落する心配はなさそうですね。じゃあはい、助けに行きましょう。任せて。
With Sabrina's eager anticipation, Perry rolls up to Springfield and parks her vehicle on flat terrain nearby.
気づいた気づいた。
Sabrina hurriedly hops off the vehicle and waves at Springfield. In return, Springfield waves back at the duo with a gentle smile.
スプリングフィールド、車壊れた？大丈夫、すぐに直してあげるからね。
Without moving, Springfield nods and simply awaits Sabrina's approach.
あれ？
Just as Sabrina is about to reach Springfield, she suddenly halts in a somewhat comical pose. A streak of familiar color was hiding all along in her blind spot, and is now revealed to her as she finally approaches.
どうしました？
Then, she too is struck by the sight and freezes in place. The scene unfolding before their eyes is completely incomprehensible, even to these two excellent tactical dolls. Right behind the vehicle, lying silently by Springfield's feet, is none other than Sincherisa. A gaping hole lies where her core is.
スプリングフィールド、どうして？
Bang. Before Sabrina could finish, a bullet pierces her core. As Sabrina's body hits the floor, the dazed Perry quickly comes back to her senses, only to see Springfield with her rifle trained. While the usual soothing smile lingers on Springfield's face, her gaze is anything but. A cold-blooded viper is what stands before them. She stares down at Perry, as does the muzzle of her rifle.
何が？
Bang. Faster than Springfield could pull the trigger, Perry dodges the bullet with a backwards flip. Then she sprints back to her jeep in a zigzag without ever looking back. Bang, bang, bang. Before the rounds coming from behind strike their target, Perry hops into the vehicle and drives off immediately. There is no time for her to take a glance at Springfield or the two dolls lying on the ground in a deep slumber. Bro, what happened?
これで好きなことをする時間ができましたね。
I was thinking maybe like a virus infected them or something. So that's why we're fighting Springfield. Bane. As gunshots ring out from behind her, the already terrified Perry is struggling to keep the vehicle under control.
何がどうなってるの？
Bane, bane. Having nearly overturned the vehicle moments after stabilizing it, Perry tries her best to keep her cool and to maintain control of the car. After doing so, she immediately activates the compass system.
聞いてたら返事してください。これはどういうことですか？
No answer is bestowed upon her. Only Perry's helpless inquiry echoes within the empty and battered vehicle.
スプリングフィールドさんから逃げられるルートを教えてください。
Her only chance at assistance, Sabrina, is gone. It was an immutable fact Perry witnessed with her very eyes. Sabrina was taken out in a blink of an eye and is lying by Sincherisa now. But who's this Springfield? Harry knows that's not Springfield, but it's not the Springfield of the past either. Perry tries to wrap her mind around the whole ordeal, but her neural cloud in complete disarray can't even formulate a semblance of an answer. While all of this goes on, the voice that guided her has also fallen silent.
早くしてください。追いつかれます。
She angrily hits the screen displaying the map of the rally, yet the system interface merely flickers calmly, offering no response. Bang, bang, bang. As the bullets coming her way become even more precise, Perry glances back cautiously, only to find Springfield's vehicle right on her tail, nearly ramming into her rear bumper. Perry instinctively slams on the pedal, only to realize the vehicle has already reached its top speed.
落ち着いて。今はまず安全な場所まで逃げて外部に連絡を。
Zzz. Sleeping.
ごきげんよう。
Oh my god, that's scary. Ooh, why are they following us again? Damn it, they're hot on our heels. I need to think of a way to shake her off. Hee hee, you think you can get away? Your attempts are so cute.
あらあら。
Damn it. Don't you look down on me. I won't give up so easily. Kind of like that they're using the animations. That's kind of cute. So what, is she like part of these guys now? Well, Sabrina's dead, so I don't know how we're gonna do this, but we'll keep her. We can somewhat hit everybody, it looks like. And I think Sabrina can probably like throw... After temporarily shaking off Springfield, the compass system, which was silent during the entire encounter, finally reconnects. With a beep, it marks out a clear shortcut back to the fair on the display.
助かった。これはスタート地点までのルート？指揮官様と合流しろという意味ですか？一体何がどうなってるんですか？
Still no answer.
考えてもしょうがないや。
Without hesitation, Perry spins the wheel and heads towards the bearings of the compass system outputted. Bane.
もう追いつかれた。ここは突っ込むしか。
Under Springfield's unrelenting offense, Perry does not decelerate, but instead rams right into the booth-packed alley of the fair.
ごめんなさい。お店をぐちゃぐちゃにして。
Expecting a whole lot of commotion, Perry only then realizes the fair is completely devoid of people.
指揮官様。
Despite the distance separating them, Perry quickly spots the commander. However, everyone simply stands stiffly in the middle of the street, frozen like statues, unconcerned with the chase unfolding in front of their eyes. ... Dot dot dot. Dot dot dot.
やっぱり何かがおかしい。
Bang bang. Two shots ring out. Perry's modified vehicle, which has already taken a serious beating, has been dealt its final blow. Following a loud bang and a thunderous rumble, the car is thrown into a roll and promptly lands on its side. With no time to check on her damages, Perry crawls out of the vehicle and keeps fleeing towards the center of the fair.
もうすぐだ。落ち着いて。
This is probably a dream.
あらあら。しぶといですね。
Springfield also steps out of her vehicle. With an amused smile on her face, she paces behind Perry and skillfully reloads her rifle, all the while haphazardly firing at the stumbling Perry. Bang, bang, bang. The bullet strikes both of Perry's arms. Her badly damaged frame can no longer maintain her balance as she crumbles to the ground. Battered and bruised, she keeps moving forward. Meanwhile, Springfield inches ever closer, until Perry is completely immobilized. Ahead of them lie the original rail tracks of the station. As Springfield approaches, she gently kicks away the small pebble at her feet. Her boots let out crisp ringing as they make contact with the rails. Finally, she raises her muzzle against Perry. I'm gonna take a picture of this.
やっと捕まえた。探し回った甲斐がありました。
Springfield looks down at Perry, her rifle held right against her head.
見つけただけでは無駄ですよ。今だ。
Having successfully lured Springfield to the final coordinates designated by the compass, a feeling of certainty and confidence fills Perry's heart. Despite falling just short of success each time, the countless attempts and cooperations were enough for her to put her trust in that voice. As anticipated, they do not let her down this time either. Thunder's roar of an oncoming locomotive shatters the silence of the empty fair. A train traveling at full speed suddenly appears on the broken track. As it rapidly approaches, Springfield standing on the track is exactly its target. And yet, a deafening explosion erupts right on the track just before the train makes contact with Springfield. The heat generated by the blast, mixed with the dust, and accompanied by the shockwaves, instantly blinds Perry.
やったかな。
Perry struggles to see beyond the dust and smoke. When she finally manages to gaze past the haze, there is nothing there.
消えた。列車もスプリングフィールドさんも。どうしてさっきまでいたのに。
Oh my god, that's scary.
私ならここですよ。
Perry's breath gets caught in her throat as Springfield suddenly reemerges. She tries to shift her frame away from Springfield to gain some distance, but it's clear that there is nowhere to run. Springfield smiles as she crouches down and gently strokes Perry's cheek.
単刀直入に聞きましょう。あなたには協力者がいる。違いますか？こんなに震えちゃって。やっぱり誰かがメンタルの上書きを邪魔しているようですね。
Calculation sequence Sharky. The Moppy's indicator light flashes erratically. Reflected on its surface are the silhouettes of Rosa and Sharky. Soon, it makes its choice. Splat. Bright yellow dye covers Sharky's bat as the sound of gunfire is heard again. Anchor Protection, Sabrina.
どこですか？その予備電源装置。一番後ろの棚だけど、直しきれてないモッピーがいるんだよね。一緒に行く？私だけで十分です。サブリナさんはゲートロックの様子を見ていてください。
Perry unexpectedly runs into a Moppy unit as she reaches the shelves. However, instead of firing on Perry, the Moppy's indicator light flashes abnormally. It ends up dumping a few rounds in the opposite direction where no one's present.
ありがとうございます。
After grabbing the power supplies, Perry thanks the Moppy in a soft yet polite manner. Calculation sequence Meshi.
ここだ。
Macchiato responds with a hail of bullets, staining the already multicolored corridor with fresh marks.
はや。ほらほら、こっちだよ。
Meshi zips left and right, in the opposite direction of where Endoris is, into a room that just so happens to have an open door.
二手に分かれたか。まずは厄介な方から。
Macchiato ignores Meshi and turns around to chase after Endoris, and then she sees a Moppy rolling out of the room, which blocks the path between the two of them. The indicator light on the Moppy in Macchiato's blind spot flashes rapidly.
ミトを追う者は確実な方に行くべきね。
With time running out, Macchiato turns around again to give chase to Meshi to avoid losing out on both ends. Calculation sequence Lin.
雑魚が。
Lin sweeps her leg over in an attempt to topple the Moppy. At the same time, Perry stares at another Moppy unit behind Lin's target with its indicator light flashing. The very next moment, the Moppy behind Lynn starts spinning and spraying it with its weapon. Lynn is unable to deal with it on her own and gets forced back behind the surveillance room. Right after Lynn takes cover behind the surveillance room, a tiny figure quickly follows. Multicolored dye splatters all over Lynn's body. Perry raises her gun carefully at the relentless doll. Calculation sequence Rosa. As bullets rain down, Perry spots a Moppy in the direction of a retreat. The strange flickering light makes her tighten her grip on her gun. Perry makes up her mind while Rosa stops for a moment to keep up with her. Meanwhile, Sabrina is approaching after breaking out of the Moppy's encirclement. Perry issues a command to the Moppy unit. Following Perry's order, the Moppy aims and fires at Rosa. Meanwhile, Perry makes no indication to evade and remains frozen with her gun in her hands. But Sabrina suddenly rushes out, blocking the attack with her shield. Anchor destruction detected. Procedure anomaly. Terminating event. Leaning against the car door, Perry looks at the compass system displayed on the dashboard flashing with an abnormal light. Oh, was that what it censored? As if responding to our call, the compass screen flashes rhythmically. Springfield's overbearing approach constrains Perry's movement. Records of past collaborations continue to circulate unabated. Perry gives no answer and responds with total silence. I'm so confused right now. Oh, is she infected with a virus? With an unappalled expression emerging on Perry's face, Springfield smiles contently, then promptly pulls the trigger. Bang. A bullet tears through Perry's core without warning, sending her body crumpling to the floor. Her eyes grow dim. The vivid young girl just a moment ago now lies dead, a look of trepidation frozen on her face. Then, everything plunges into a bottomless darkness. The fair, the train track, the statue-like crowd, and Perry with her destroyed core, everything shatters into fragmented data, disintegrating and fracturing until everything reverts into disordered symbols. Huh. I wonder why it has a 1 next to Sabrina. I think that probably means like she's different from, well, clearly she's different from these others. Maybe because Sabrina, something with Sabrina, because she disobeyed the rules of the game in part 1. So it's like focusing on her. It did infect Springfield. The torrential data flows like a bottomless and turbulent river in the darkness. Amidst the chaos, a silhouette gradually takes shape, first its core, then its arms and neck. Though an incomplete shadow, there's no doubt that it's Springfield. Bang. Another gunshot rings out. The incomplete data fragments are scattered once more, leaving a crack in the lightness of a vortex or a black hole on the fragile shadow. At the same time, the bullet fired from nowhere hangs frozen in the air, as though struggling against something. Within moments, the bullet bursts into shrapnel and is devoured by the lingering fragments, merging into the mass of scattered data. Like a closing rift of the abyss, the crack slowly seals itself as the fragments converge once more into the danger that comes from its depth. This time, Springfield's form is clear and distinct. Without hesitation, Springfield points her rifle at the direction the shot came from and pulls the trigger. The sound of something being hit echoes through the darkness. Springfield opens her eyes, gazing into the darkness calmly. In the bottomless darkness, a faint spark flickers. Along with the voice fading, the spark also vanishes. Yet, the program displays an error message for her instead of running smoothly. Anomaly upload failed. Springfield frowns at the sight of the result.
これで好きなことをする時間ができましたね。
Nah, this is freaky. Zhao Wei's jeep races across the wilderness.
もっとスピード出してアミンダの位置まであと少し。
Sitting on the passenger seat, Jianyu keeps refreshing the terminal screen constantly while the red dot representing Aminda's location continues pulsating on the map.
落ち着いて。そんなにマップをつついても距離は縮まらない。
落ち着いてらんないでしょ。今朝ペリーが失踪してレースを諦めてみんなで探している間に次々と他のチームも失踪者が出たって話が来て、しかも今度はアミンダが。あんたの友達でしょ。どうしてそんなに冷静なの？
焦っても事態は好転しない。運営から位置情報をもらっているし、信号が消えない限り希望はある。
最初はこんなナビシステム入れたりデータの処理するの面倒だと思ったけど、やっぱり必要ね。位置情報すら発信できないチームはもしかしてもう。
発信源は人じゃなくて車が破壊された証明にしかならない。残業時間が反映されないタイムカードのようにね。
こんな時まで冗談を。しかも笑えない。
雰囲気を和ませたいだけ。
Zhao Wei comforts Jianyu, then presses the paddle to the floor. As they approach the coordinates, an overturned jeep comes into sight of the two.
車が見えた。アミンダの。多分気絶してると思う。早く助けないと。
念のため戦闘用意。
Jianyu and Zhao Wei disembark and approach Aminda's vehicle from opposite flanks.
誰もいない。
The two conclude after surveying the perimeter around the vehicle. There's no one inside. The only thing running is the compass system, still transmitting its live coordinates to the organizers.
近くに足跡がある。多分攻撃を受けて車を捨てて逃げた。商品もなくなっている。
他の闇ブローカーの仕業じゃない？昨日も目つけられてたし。
可能性はある。一番楽そうな相手だから。指揮官にここの状況を伝えて。
Before she can finish, a rowdy disturbance interrupts her words. Dust and sand are kicked up by the vehicles beyond the horizon, which approach them like a pack of wild beasts.
バリアーデン、まっすぐ突っ込んできた。
戦闘準備。
Oh wow. Yeah, there's a lot of them. Oh wait. We can have Zhao Wei. Where is she? I thought I had her. I guess I don't. I forgot.
了解。
Yeah, that works. Ow.
分かった。 ターゲット確認。
I wonder if I could do this. Never mind. Let me do this real quick. I want to see if I can actually
了解。
with Tololo. No, I won't be able to make it. Damn it. I was gonna try to use her extra action to. Oh wait, I could.
用意。
As suddenly as they arrive, the Viators withdraw after realizing they're no match for the doll duo.
これで終わり。
Jianyu's frenzy shows no sign of calming down as she plans to continue her pursuit.
待って。なんで止めるの？ミノが好き？アミンダの失踪はこいつらのせいかもしれないんだよ。
Yahweh looks in the direction the Viators are escaping towards. Their vehicles leave behind prominent tracks in the yellow sand.
さっきまで周りにバリアーグの痕跡はなかった。なのに彼らは明確な意志を持って襲ってきた。
それって指揮官様に連絡する。
Catching on to Jiawei's meaning, Jianyu immediately patches into the commander's channel and relays to him the details of their experiences. They camped around, most likely to ambush any potential friend of the crashed vehicle.
やっぱり
なら相手が悪かったね。こっちは優秀な戦術人形なんだから。
向こうは全力じゃなかった。
As in holding back their heavy firepower? Jiawei lowers her head, trying to recall.
こちらの脅威度を探っているようだった。敗走したように見えたけど、撤退自体はとても統制が取れていた。地形に詳しいことを武器に、参戦車両を狙った待ち伏せを仕掛けているのかもしれない。いつものバリアグとは根本的に違う。
Indeed, I'm also of the same opinion. In fact, don't you find the modus operandi of these Viagers somewhat familiar?
もしかして
The way these Viators responded is highly reminiscent of those we encountered during the Ida incident. In other words, they've started to use their brains all of a sudden. So, when we seemingly destroyed their hideout, it might have only seemed that way on the surface.
またあいつら。今度こそ徹底的に叩きのめさないと。
指揮官、ペリーは見つかった？彼女の失踪もあのバリアグたちが関係しているかもしれない。
We can't rule out that possibility. Other dolls are still looking for her.
私はどうすればいい？
I'll handle the Viagers. You two keep searching for Aminda.
わかった。
了解。
After the communication ends, I quickly relay the information on the Viagers back to Brief, then contact Rosa. I quickly sort through my thoughts during the brief seconds I wait for the call to connect. The operations of the Viagers in this area are clearly an anomaly. The previous commission is far from over. But what's their deal? The contamination zones are a confusing mess to govern, and Viagers is simply an umbrella term for all the bandits scattered around the zones. Most of these thugs have no systematic training or military background, surviving solely through foolhardiness and living each day not knowing whether the next will arrive. These Viagers and the group we encountered during the Ida incident are active in distinctly different areas, but they share the same cautious approach and tactical awareness. It's not particularly sophisticated, but nonetheless noteworthy. Could it be the result of Brief's recent targeted eradication of the Viagers? Or perhaps there's a commander now leading them, one that stands above the rival factions. Is that even possible? These bandits always act without regard for consequences in their struggle for more resources, to the point of causing more harm to each other than any bounty hunter, broker, or even railway garrison could. But now there's someone who united them, or at the very least, a portion of them. The call is patched through, and Goroza's familiar voice soon follows. Goroza smiles gently, likely at the sight of my pensive expression. Yeah, there's a small issue that requires your help. Her face. It might not even be an issue for you. I informed Goroza of the entire situation surrounding the abnormal Viagers. Yes, only you can take care of that for me. Then I'll leave you to it. Contact me if there's any developments. After hanging up the call, I see two familiar figures approach. Springfield and Senator Teresa are slowly walking towards me. I knew they weren't dead. Well, it's kind of obvious, I guess. I see.
ですが手がかりはあります。
手がかり
Clues.
ええ、夕べのペリーさんの行動をもとにセンタウレイシーさんと一緒にあの路地を調べてこれを見つけました。
Springfield shows me a picture. A narrow door stands out prominently against a wall.
偏僻な位置に加え周辺も暗かったので夕べは見過ごしましたが、ここにドアがあります。しかもごく最近に使用された形跡が。
What you're saying is someone was indeed talking to Perry and then left through that door?
はい、センタウレイシーさんと一緒に実際に入ってみました。どこに繋がってると思います？
I still had a basic sense of direction even though I was drunk last night. It's next to Jacob's place, right? But I don't recall seeing any door on the wall when I paid him a visit.
周りの飾りで目立たなくなっていたので無理はありません。
Jacob enjoys flaunting his wealth. I remember his place being heavily guarded by security and packed with surveillance systems.
はい。店長と周りを観察しましたが、このドアに向けられた監視カメラが1台。警備員の視界にも入っているはずです。
ただ、こちらに相当警戒しているようだったので、まずはご報告させていただきました。ポルトニッツァさんの知り合いですし、指揮官の方が通してもらえそうですね。
Would you still need Polonez's favor if you were really in a hurry?
穏便に済ませるに越したことはありませんから。
Fine, let's go. As Senator Teresa, Springfield, and I arrive at Jacob's place, a commotion could be heard ahead.
ふざけるな。納得できるか。うちの参加者は全員羅針盤をインストールしてんだ。見つからないのはそっちの責任じゃないのか。
落ち着いてください。お連れの方はもしかしたら車両の破損によって位置情報が発信されていないだけかもしれません。他の連絡手段をお試しされては。
As much as the staff tries to ease old Neil down, they are unable to quell his anger.
連絡がつくなら困ってないんだよ。ヤクブはどこだ。あいつが主催者なんだろ。
Bang. A loud bang interrupts the dispute. In the deafening silence, the sharply dressed broker saunters out of the door with his bodyguard emerging behind him with a pistol in hand, coldly scanning their surroundings.
これはどういうことですか。ヤクブ。
Old Neil suddenly lunges forward, but is immediately restrained by the bodyguard.
Nuts!
んのにうちの連中は一向に戻ってこねえ。俺たちも位置情報発信システムを持ってたが、そっちが羅針盤と干渉するっつったから消した結果がこのざまだ。
Staring at the struggling old man, Jacob shakes his head in dismay.
無知猛昧で野蛮、品のない人間だ。これだからイエローエリアの田舎者は外で狼藉を働く強盗連中と何が違うというのか。
てめえ、どういうことだおい。
頭がないなりに考えてみてください。バリャーグやコーラップスストーブ、生き向く。こうなった理由は数知れない。私に聞いても無駄なことくらい理解できませんか？イエローエリアで活動するのも市場のイベントに参加するのも初めてではあるまいに。その程度のリスクも取れないならやめた方が身のためです。
てめえ。
Old Neil's face flushes with anger, yet Jacob's speech instantly deflates his momentum.
話してやれ。
Jacob taps on Old Neil's shoulder.
羅針盤システムは主催者として取れる最大限の安全措置です。こちらの人形さんたちも位置情報があるからこそチームメイトの捜索ができている。違いますか？
Jacob suddenly brings us into the conversation. I hesitate for a moment before nodding.
だからこちらには何の非もない。
でもな。
諦めて仲間の帰りを待つか、自分で探しに行くか。どちらにせよ、怒るだけでは何も解決しません。
Seeing Jacob is about to leave, Springfield and I quickly approach him. Mr. Jacob, please wait a moment. Jacob squints and glances over us, then turns his head to speak to his secretary without lowering his voice.
人払いを済ませておけ。つまらないことで客人をおろそかにしたくない。はい。
After his departure, the young secretary approaches us.
何かご用でしょうか？はい。
Right, one of our companions went missing.
わかりました。持ち場に帰って結構です。
The secretary nods at the head bodyguard who has come to assist with the investigation, then turns back at us politely.
お力になりたいのは山々ですが、こちらができることは何も。先ほど警備長に確認したように、ゆうべあのドアから出入りした人物はいないとのことです。
It was pretty dark outside. Are you sure they didn't miss it?
言い切れませんが、こちらの警備員は政府エリアの優秀な人材のみ採用しております。
What about the surveillance? Can we see the footage from that angle during that time?
申し訳ございません。不具合により、
Of course.
記録はすべて抹消されました。
And there's no backup from the central server?
はい。メモリ節約のため、前日の記録は次の日の0時になってからサーバーに同期されます。よって、夕べの記録を見る手段はありません。
I understand, but I'm really worried about my missing friend. Is it possible for me to talk with the guard who was on duty last night? Even a little bit of info can help us greatly.
あいにくですが、その警備員たちは今朝他の倉庫の配置となりました。しばらくは戻ってこられないかと。
Man, they just have... So, like, they just have an excuse for everything. How convenient. This is clearly more of an excuse than anything else, yeah. Anyone can go through that door if they manage to find it. But with this kind of response, Jacob must be involved, somehow.
失踪したのは指揮官の大切な友人です。他のチームも失踪者が続出しているこの状況、1秒たりとも無駄にはできません。ヤコブさん主催のイベントで大切な友人を失ったとなると、 巡り巡ってヤクブさんに不利益が及ぶかもしれません。
Springfield? I turned to her, surprised by her sudden interjection. To my knowledge, Springfield was never the type to play the emotional card, nor would she ever be so rash to provoke her adversaries without first gaining control of the situation. Springfield's words clearly threw the secretary off his momentum. If he is also someone like he said, hired from the safety zone, he can't possibly tolerate a threat coming from a doll.
そちらの人形さんは自主性が高くて優秀ですね。失踪された人形さんも自ら離れたのではなくて。
Are you suggesting she abandoned us?
初日のレースであれだけ活躍して注目を浴びれば、おのずと選択肢も増えることでしょう。もちろん私の妄想に過ぎません。ですが、レースを勝ち抜いたということは、それだけ汚染エリアでの生存力も優れている証さ。きっと今も無事です。
そうと思う。
I see. So that's how it is. I turned to look at Springfield, only to meet her gaze halfway through. After briefly exchanging glances, we both arrive at the same conclusion. I'll check with the others to see if I can find more. Thank you for Jacobs and your assistance.
お気になさらず、こちらもできる限りのことはしましょう。
Right. After bidding farewell to the young secretary and the bodyguard, Senator Teresa, Springfield, and I head back to our place. The gentle smile slowly fades from Springfield's face.
何か手がかりをつかめましたか？
Yeah, you got some too?
ご主人様と店長が納得できる答えを得られないまま帰るとは思えません。
人形の失踪が重視されないのを懸念して、私たちはペリーさんのことをずっと友人と呼んでいました。
Oh.
その友人が人形とは一言も言っていません。
Oh, I didn't even catch that.
なるほど。すべて計算づくだったのですね、店長。買いかぶりすぎですよ。
Wow, that's smart. Following the chaotic tire march, Jiaowei and Jianyu's pursuit pushes deeper and deeper into the wilderness.
ねえ、長期。罠だと分かってるのに深入りするのは良くないんじゃない？
陽動は敵が食いつかなければ意味がない。あの時、私たちはすぐに追撃しなかった。なら向こうは陽動は失敗したものと見ているはず。そうじゃなくても。
そうじゃなくても、アミンダを助けに行くんでしょ？うんうん。そういう白黒はっきりしてるとこ大好きだよ。安心して。私がいればエイダと同じ思いはさせないよ。
うん、ありがとう。
あ、チョキ、あそこ。あの谷、人がいっぱいいる。結構賑やかだね。あれ、なんだか戦ってない？
バリアーグと襲われている闇ブローカー。戦闘準備。
Alright, let's, oh wow. No, this shouldn't be too bad.
配信開始。
じゃあ始めよっか。
Yeah, that's pretty good.
わかった。逃げられると。
用意。
I thought that would have done something, but I guess not. Oh, okay.
せるよ。逃がしません。
了解。よいしょ。
With Jiawei and Jianyu's support, the rioters are quickly beaten back and they retreat. A petite figure leaps out of the back seat the moment the broker's vehicles come to a stop. She runs in and throws herself into the arms of Jiawei.
Aminda, 無事だったんだ。
Jiawei looks toward the jeeps. An elderly broker also hops out of his jeep and starts smoking while squatting on the ground, having just survived a life or death situation. Aminda slowly finds her composure after crying for a good while, and Jiawei helps her wipe away her tears.
それで何が起こったの？
協力者と一緒に昨日模索したルートを走って池袋の巣もバリアーグの拠点もない安全なルートって言われたから。でも途中でバリアーグに出くわして、それから執拗に追われて、途中でチームメイトとはぐれて車も横転しちゃって、なんとか逃げ出すことができたけど、ニールおじさんのキャラバンがいなかったら今頃はもう。チョーキー、襲われた闇ブローカーから話を聞いてきたよ。リーダーはニールって人で、今回の出張市場とレースの参加者、失踪した仲間を探しているんだって。そうです。バリアーグと遭遇したことを教えたら、ニールおじさんたちはすぐに焦り出しました。私も仲間を探したかったので市場に戻りませんでした。でもバリアーグの相手なんてできるの？危ないよ。みんなで力を合わせます。普段のビジネスでは競争関係ですが、こういう時はお互い様です。協力しないと汚染エリアでは生き残れませんから。それに同じチームの闇ブローカーは大抵同じ集落出身です。みんな生き延びるためにこの仕事を始めたんです。ニールおじさんの失踪した仲間は相手が子供の頃からの付き合いなんです。
In a swirling wind and choking dust, Aminda pours out the helplessness of the situation, her eyes brimming with tears. It's not uncommon for a child of this age to shed tears. It's that they would usually cry over things like a bad score in an exam, a silly dress, or a lost toy. Aminda purses her lips and lowers her head. Seeing this, Jianyu pats the girl's cheeks.
わかった。私と長期がいればバリアーグの奴らも手出ししてこないから安心して。
コウ、先にアミンダとニールさんを送り返して。私はもうしばらく捜索する。
了解。そっちも気をつけてね。すぐに戻るから。
アミンダ、失踪した仲間の特徴を教えて。見た目、車、最後の位置、何でもいい。
ニールおじさんの仲間も。
言われなくても探せ。
Jiawei affectionately pats Aminda's head.
ありがとう。
ということで、私は残ってアミンダとニールさんの仲間を探すことになった。
わかった。
I see. Copy that.
止めないの？
君のことは
Why should I? I believe in your judgment.
それに止めたところで
Even if I refused and told you to back off, would you actually sit tight during this precious window of opportunity? Thought we knew each other well enough already, but I guess I still have more work to do. Go on, bring back our poor victims.
了解。
After hanging up on Jiaowei's comm, I resumed browsing the data brief just sent back to me. As I scan through the activity reports on the Viagers in the past years, a frown slowly creeps on my face. At my side, Springfield looks into the reports with intrigue.
どうしました？ブリーフの情報に何か不備でも？
This area feels off. According to Brief's intelligence, the Viagers operating in this area are notorious for their unhinged brutality. Not only are settlements nearby constantly raided by them, they've even tried to take down the Great Wall Railway a few years back. They've been acting more restrained since then. They're no longer in direct conflict with the railway garrison, but they still harass the brokers, bounty hunters, and PMCs in the area. An incident from a while ago reported them raiding a PMC convoy from the Green Zone. It says that their precision-engineered heavy machinery was looted.
そのような依頼を受ける PMC は装備も強力なはずですが、それを相手に勝ったと？
Yeah, on top of that, according to local witnesses, these Viagers would also go around and seize all sorts of machines to modify into new pieces of equipment to bolster their strength. Tisk. A fleeting train of thought drifts through my mind. I can't quite get a hold of it. Pushing it aside, I redirect my focus back on the activity reports, skimming through piles of records of raids against brokers in recent years. Loud commotions echoed through the fair and reached my ears. The disappearance of several teams during the rally hasn't hampered any of the liveliness. Death is but a daily occurrence here. The watered-down liquor one drinks the night before may very well be the fine wine they reminisce about before their demise tomorrow. In such a hostile environment. Springfield, this is where Jacob made a name for himself, right? Going by what Polynitsa said the other day, nobody knows what he went through during these years, only that he re-emerged as an influential broker. What do you think the chances are that a broker can rise so quickly and prominently in an area infested with Viagers?
確かに怪しいですね。
Springfield stares thoughtfully at the report, then gently smiles.
この件は私にお任せください。情報は得意分野ですから。作戦完了っと。あ、戻らなきゃ料理が冷めちゃう。
Oh no! Blood. Blood everywhere. The stench of rust mixed with a rotting odor wafts through the air and blows through those stiff corpses. Vehicles have been riddled with bullets and overturned. The drivers and the passengers have all perished. Some were dragged out of their seats and bludgeoned to death. Others were left with a bullet lodged inside their skull. The scenery is painted with hellish brutality and barbarism. Jiawei moves through what's left of the brokers. Despite her best efforts, she can't find anything useful intact, not even a piece of cloth to use as a cerement. At last, Jiawei comes to a stop, casts her eyes downward, and her grip tightens on the terminal. On the screen, the person smiling broadly. Her once healthy tan skin is now covered in dark purple bruises. Rage overwhelms Jiawei's senses as she clutches her fist tightly. Barely containing her anger, Jiawei marches towards an overturned vehicle. Let me at least remove the body from the driver's seat first. Such thoughts fly through her narrowclad as she crawls into the vehicle, about to ignore all the filth and bloodstains, except the interior seems to be far better state than she anticipated. All except for its displaying screen, the compass system, which is capable of sending the vehicle's coordinates to rescuers, has been completely destroyed. With a lingering suspicion, Jiawei walks over to another overturned vehicle to take a gander. Doubts in her mind gradually intensify, eventually evolving into a deeper resentment and dread. Jiawei patches into a call with the commander. Jiawei? Your tone doesn't sound too reassuring. Are they gone? Dot dot dot. Please continue. Systematically? Are you saying it's not an isolated incident? If I recall correctly, the one you and Jianyu found. And it just so happens that the Viators were setting an ambush there. It wasn't a coincidence, nor were they just sitting around hoping for the best. They knew how the compass worked and that someone would come to check on the coordinates. Jiawei, head back to Aminda's abandoned vehicle right now. I'll have Sabrina head there ASAP after picking up Mei Ling from the Elmo. Jiawei ends the communication and hops back into her own vehicle. Commander, target locked. Go, crush them. Alright, let's maybe we can have Springfield there as well, I guess. Ooh, just barely. That's fine. Ow. Sabrina waves enthusiastically at Jiawei, who has just arrived. Jiawei nods in understanding. Jiawei nods, then patches into a channel with the commander. After being briefed by Jiawei on the situation, the realization that my suspicions are gradually becoming a reality causes me a sudden headache. Despite knowing the compass can send out location data, coming back to destroy it after the ambush has failed is far too deliberate. Mei Ling, is there any way it can be repaired?
チリジリになったキャラバンを追撃する手際も良かった。
You're suggesting that these Viators also have access to the live position data of the participants? We're on the same page then. The destroyed compass systems are more of a cover-up than anything else. As long as Jacob doesn't make the system public, it would be hard to narrow things down. The organizer would fiddle with the compass under the pretext of data logging and verification at every checkpoint and the finish line. If Jacob really has ties to the Viators, then the evidence would have been wiped clean by now. Jacob, the rally, the brokers, the abnormal Viators, Harry's disappearance, a mass of jumbled information spirals into chaos. The hesitation isn't born out of fear, but caution, lest we set off the kind of fuse that's indifferent to who will be caught in the blast. Springfield quickly interjects herself into the conversation after quietly listening beside me this whole time. Seems like you already have a plan? I glance at Springfield as she smiles softly, a barely noticeable glint of cunning flashing through her narrowed eyes. Of course, when it comes to you, have I ever had any doubts? In that case, Maylene and Sabrina, you two head back to the fair and check the other vehicles just in case. Jiawei, I already ordered Jianyu to rendezvous with you. After you meet up, keep searching for other missing personnel and Perry's whereabouts. Remember, no need to hold back, but don't lose your cool either. Inside the Viagra camp, the leader picks up an anonymous call. The hearty laughter over the comms makes the Viator leader realize how his pride has gotten the better of him. Seeing the others' anger subside, the Viator leader lets out a sigh of relief. He has witnessed firsthand how ruthless and impartial this person is with their punishments. If possible, he hopes to never fall into their hands.
ボス、もう一つ。帰ってきた連中の話だと、この前俺らの拠点を潰した例の賞金ハンターがまた現れたようで。今日の待ち伏せで奴の人形を見ました。今は多分市場に。
ジェラードが管轄してた拠点か。
へい、あの人形たちの強さはえげつない。デカ物が間に合ってよかったですぜ。改造も終わりやしたし、いつでも出せます。どうせ最後の攻撃で使うんだ。
奴がいるとなれば、そう簡単にはいかないな。
The other side of the comm pauses for a second.
あの自分から来た人形はどうなった？
言われた通りメンタルの上書きの最中ですけど、いつもより進捗が遅くて。念のために調べてましたが、どこも壊れてないらしいです。
高性能な人形だ。メンタルのガードが硬くても不思議じゃない。計画変更だ。ラブレッチ、下の連中に待機させろ。上書きプログラムにも気を配っておけ。終わったらすぐにあの人形を使う。
Interesting.
404を敵に回したのが運の尽きよ。
Data erased. Data erased. Data erased. Perry is curled up in the darkness. The irreversible neural meltdown causes her to scream and screech in agony. Bane. With the memories of Springfield destroying her vividly etched into her mind, the deafening gunshot rings out endlessly, tormenting Perry's already frail mind. The rumbling of the train also echoes in her ears, followed by the sudden downturn in the tide of battle. Perry increases her force. She can feel the joints of her body creaking. The overwrite program tears through her mind without mercy, erasing fragments of her memory. The hollow left behind makes her curl in pain, tears running down her cheeks. Perry shouts into the darkness, babbling incoherently while frantically demanding answers. Alas, only the silence answers her. The voice in the darkness that has guided her along the way has truly vanished. She is in complete turmoil. With her mind fractured and her body in agony, Perry is slowly driven to the edge of insanity. She trembles, trying to maintain her sanity, but fear and pain keep clouding her thoughts. However, this is not the end for her. In the pitch dark of her narrow space, Perry sees a doorway bathed in light. It's a doorway she knows all too well. It's the one that saved her when she failed to resist the neural overwrite. It's the one she stepped through countless times at the urging of that voice. It's the one that would eventually help her to find the key to escape from the program. Seeing what she thought was lost now has returned to her, Perry firmly clasps her gun again. During the countless attempts that yielded no result, she would desperately try to hold on to the innumerable warm yet fuzzy fragments of her mind like this. The searing pain coursing through her body reminds Perry once again that even these remnants of her mind are slipping away. She knows full well that relinquishing this chance given by the voice means the overwrite process will be complete in no time. By then, none of these precious fragments will survive. Which means that Perry will stop being Perry. She has yet to find Master, and she does not want to forget all the memories of her friends. More importantly, someone is waiting for her return. No matter what she has lost, she will never ever forget that person. She wants to see them again. She wants to live with them like before. Not through simulation, not virtually, but to truly see, touch, and feel them again. This is not contentment, it's her fear of losing what little remains. Gritting her teeth, Perry steps through the door. Starting termination code simulation. Dang. So I wonder how Perry ended up in that situation in the first place. My guess is that after the first day of the race, she spoke to Jacob and, you know, was like, hey, can I use this points for anything? And he was probably like, no, but we do have something you can give us in exchange for information about your friend Thompson. And that's probably what happened. After returning to the settlement, Meili and Sabrina immediately checked on the vehicle used by Senator Teresa in yesterday's rally. It's okay. They are well prepared, which is to be expected. Don't worry, There must be another way. As I try to calm down the Chew in front, a gentle voice suddenly speaks out from behind.
指揮官、証拠の件、私にお任せいただけますか？
Springfield, you're back already? Didn't you go contact your informants? As I see her confident demeanor, realization quickly dawns on me. Oh, I see. Everything's been taken care of?
はい、順調でした。羅針盤システムについても考えがあって、ポルドニッツァさんとお話ししようと思います。
ポルドニッツァさんってレースには出てないですよね。参加者や参加予定の闇ブローカーと話した方がいい気がしますけど。
闇ブローカーの考えは汚染エリアの天気のように予測がつきません。敵味方がはっきりするまで安易に手札を明かさない方が得策です。では指揮官、ポルドニッツァさんとお会いしてきますね。
Springfield flashes me a sly smile.
向こうにとって損のないビジネスです。断られることはないでしょう。
Inside the tavern, Jacob negotiates with the individual on the other end of the call.
そちらの顧客の注文リストは私も確認しました。私の品揃えならきっとご満足いただけますよ。薬品、燃料、ありふれたものはもちろん、醸造酒の材料や鉱石の数々、あまり大きな声で言えないものもご用意できます。これらは政府エリアではなかなか見つけられません。つてに頼れば AI 搭載型機械もラインナップに加わります。私のキャラバンの力、あなたもお分かりのはずでしょう。
Oh my.
ドラヘンさん、これだけの好条件です。何を迷っているのですか？
Drachin?
何軒か回って比較するのは買い物の常識でしょ。注文が注文だから取引相手は選ばないよね。
ならなおさら私を選ぶべきです。
Jacob sets down the wine glass he has been toying with for some time. He stands up and starts pacing around, revealing a cabinet lined with a dazzling collection of vintage bottles behind him.
資金も腕力もこの地域で私以上の闇ブローカーはいません。土地のことも一番詳しい。
わかった。その前に商品を見せて。仲介人として客の代わりに見極める責任があるんでね。
もちろんです。秘書に倉庫の住所を送らせます。時間に関しては明後日の午前なら私自ら案内して差し上げられます。
OK、期待させてもらうよ。
ただ仕入れが少し遅れている商品もあります。ですが必ずご満足いただけることを約束します。
構わない。取引が成立したら納品の前日に用意してくれればいい。
その代わりと言ってはなんですが、今回のお値段。
Smiling, Jacob deliberately pauses for a moment.
2%値引かせていただきます。
Calmly enjoying the stunned silence he has brought upon the intermediary. He had been waiting for this day to come, ever since he completed his first trade, ever since he sold the collapse piece he'd taken from the pocket of a hunter's corpse. Good job, that's something valuable you picked up. They go for a decent price. To this day, Jacob still remembers the one broker who traversed both safety and contamination zones. The calculating look in his eyes, hidden under wrinkles, was utterly distinct from the decayed, empty pupils of the hunter's corpse. They were different from his own eyes that were turning green from hunger. Though both had glimpsed the morality of their own kind, one was trapped in desperation and only saw the present, while the other weighed the risk and was fixated on the future. Are these the kind of eyes that define a human? Then what does that make himself and others living in a settlement? Such a thought briefly crossed Jacob's mind before being completely replaced by the exhilarating sight of food. On that day, Jacob made the first deal of his life and ate some coarse yet clean bread. The meal was ravenously devoured, and the taste has long escaped his memory. But one thing is certain, it was better than mud cakes.
良心的じゃない。
Tretchen's voice drags Jacob back to the present.
当然です。ボルドニッツァとは比較にならないお値段でしょう。
Upon hearing the name, the person on the screen raises her eyebrows and a grin breaks out on her face.
これは耳の早いことね。
商人として当然です。窮地にビジネスチャンスを奪われてはたまったものではないでしょう。
そうかもしれないね。そちらの誠意はちゃんと客に伝えておくよ。
Once again flashing his affable smile, Jacob raises his glass to toast at the screen.
では今後ともよろしくお願いいたします。
404を敵に回したのが運の尽きよ。
とりあえずここに隠れよう。
As the Viator camp descends into chaos, Perry crawls into a shady corner.
どこ行ったチビ一匹に逃げられてたまるかのこのこ来た獲物だ探せ
A familiar scene plays out, and it triggers Perry's memory of the night when she was deceived into breaking into the Viator camp. However, she knows that her greatest obstacle right now is not the Viators, but rather
隠れても無駄です。今のこのメンタルログもすぐに消去して差し上げます。前と同じように。
Although the gateway to jumpstart the simulation program still exists, the entire sequence has been altered with the voice's disappearance and Springfield's intervention. Of course, Springfield has noticed it all. No simulations are safe anymore. The moment Springfield defeats her is the moment this portion of her memory will be overridden. Before she can catch a breath in her damage-ridden body, Harry immediately senses Springfield closing in. She looks around, trying to find an escape.
これは
In the opposite direction of Springfield, and the autonomous sentry she controls, Perry spots a small jagged hole.
私の大きさならちょうど通れる。
Perry nimbly maneuvers her way through the narrow alleys. Yet, as she follows her memory forward, she finds herself in a dead end where a passageway should have been. Only now does Perry realize that this virtual space constructed by the simulation program has already begun to crumble.
ここにいる限り私には勝てません。演算プログラムが巧妙に上書きプロセスを妨害していますが、時間の問題です。
Standing in the middle of the alley, Springfield once again points her rifle at Perry.
諦めてください。あなたを助けていた不具合はすでに修正済みですから。演算を続けても結果は変わりません。
Springfield inches towards Perry.
もう一度聞きます。あの夜、誰と話していたんですか？
Perry lifts her head and responds with total silence. Perry stares straight into Springfield's eyes, trying to muster her last bit of strength in an attempt to raise her gun. Bang. Without any suspense, Perry's core is once again destroyed by Springfield. Perry collapses to the ground. Her body, along with the entire simulated space, gradually shatters into her original form, data fragments.
プロセス完了。修正報告をアップロード中。
Once again, red light flashes before her eyes. Anomaly upload failed. The same result again.
ネズミが一匹いたところで支障はありません。セルフメンテナンス開始。
Springfield stares at the broken body of Perry laying at her feet as the simulated environment crumbles around her. Everything is reduced into data fragments and swallowed up by the endless digital torrent. Data erased. Of course. Springfield projects the visual onto the screen. It's security footage. The camera is pointed right at the door covered by the curtain at Jacob's place. Under the dim light, Jacob lifts the curtain and pushes the door open. Springfield pauses the footage and zooms in on the exact moment the narrow door gate is fully opened. After enhancing the image, Perry's petite silhouette is revealed from behind the gate. I immediately look at the time displayed on the screen. It was the very night that Perry went missing. The timing also matches up. As expected, the surveillance being damaged was just an excuse. Jacob hid this record because it contains information unfavorable to him. This is something crucial. How did you get your hands on this, Springfield? So, how much did you pay Polinitsa? Springfield smiles gently. She risked being exposed as a mole to get you this record. It must have cost a fortune. Springfield simply shakes her head. A mole? The competition among underground brokers really is complicated. What I'm more curious about is how you put all this together. I'd give Springfield a puzzled glance, but she doesn't seem to have any intention of offering any explanation. Instead, she merely blinks and smiles back at me. Seeing Springfield's sly grin, I can't help but let out a deep sigh. Alright then, keep your secrets. I guess I can stop worrying about Jacob now. Late at night, as Jacob is about to enjoy a nightcap at his private bar, he receives a message that makes him slam his fist on the table. Polynice gave better terms. My client thinks we need to reevaluate both of your offers. Drachin. The cold yet terse sentences from Drachin make Jacob lose all of his usual composure. Jacob downs his glass of wine, barely managing to regain his coolness. He pulls out the list he sent to Drachin in the afternoon. Flipping through the documents, Jacob quickly calculates all the potential price adjustments. But no matter how he crunches the numbers, the ideal profit still remains an unsightly number too hard to stomach. Years ago, after tasting the benefits of a trade, Jacob accumulated more lost objects to barter with brokers, ultimately joining Polynice's crew as a helper. For a very long time after that, he worked hard and rejoiced in every clean loaf of bread he earned through hard work. Dilated pupils no longer frightened him, and he no longer drooled over basic subsistence like a starving beast. Jacob was content. Now he could look at the goods and think about what price to sell them at tomorrow. All until that day when he was kicked out of the convoy, with Polynice coldly staring at him. Jacob remembered the very first broker he ever met. His wrinkle-covered eyes were so clouded compared to Polynice. At his final meal before leaving, Jacob felt for the first time that the bread in his hand was so coarse that it was hard to swallow. All these years, Jacob often recalls those eyes from his memory. He angrily throws his terminal to the side. The stemware, filled with wine, shatters on the ground with a loud crash. Red liquid slowly spreads across the floor. Jacob stares at the blood-like hue and suddenly calms down. Smiling sinisterly, Jacob retrieves another wine glass and slowly fills it with the red liquor. He phones his secretary as he downs the glass. That's crazy. I kind of figured like it was something like that he got kicked out because he was too ruthless, probably. I was sort of on the nose. A new day dawns with another round of the rally. The absence of a few participants from yesterday hasn't shaken the excitement of the rest for the Z-Man rally.
こちらで氏名、車両数およびナンバーの登録をお願いします。登録後はスタッフの指示に従い、羅針盤システムのインストールを。おい、どこに目つけてんだ。順番通りにお並びください。
As the staff at the registration booth struggles to maintain order, a commotion breaks out in the crowd and the rowdy broker suddenly makes way for someone. With her coat flaring behind her, Polonitsa strides forth along the path the crowd has parted for her.
まあ気が変わったのさ。何やらいい商売ができそうなんでね。
While answering an acquainted broker's question, Polonitsa casually tosses a list at the registration booth.
うちのチームは全員揃った。調べるのも何か取り付けるのも好きにしな。
待て。
Just as Polonitsa is about to leave, a voice calls out to her. She turns around only to see Jacob in his suit, leisurely strolling towards her.
会えて嬉しいぞ。来ないかと思った。
まさか昔なじみの正体を無限にするわけにはいかないだろう。
昔なじみか。そう思ってくれているとはな。
ライバル同士でも必要とあらば手を取り合う。それが私たち闇ブローカーさ。
Despite the smile on her face, Polonitsa's cold gaze stands out like a sharp blade tearing through everything. Disturbed by such a sight, Jacob tidies up his attire and smiles back.
俺を闇ブローカーと認めているのか。
別に誰の承認を得る必要もないだろう。商品を売ってそれで稼いでるなら誰でも闇ブローカーだ。人が集まるイベントを開けるようなやつならなおさらね。
それもこれもお前があの時後押ししてくれたおかげだ。じゃなければ自分の欲望も求めている答えを見つけることもできなかった。欲望のない人間は前に進めない。だから俺は。
Jacob goes no further, merely spreading his arms out dramatically. Polonitsa looks around, seeing all the hustle and bustle surrounding them. With the rally race about to begin, there are still more people rushing towards the registration booth from afar. Watching the oncoming crowd, Jacob lets out a light chuckle while slowly shaking his head.
ここにいる連中も自分の欲望を満たすために生死の狭間をさまよいリスクある取引を成立させる。それが闇ブローカーだ。力ある者に選択肢が与えられる。俺とお前のようにわざわざ自らレースに参加しなくてもよくなる。
Jacob speaks with such calmness as if merely discussing a meal he's left unfinished. Polonitsa stares at her impeccable dressed acquaintance. After a moment of silence, she lets out a quiet sigh.
そうだとしても、そろそろチームの様子を見に行かないといけないんだ。
どうぞご自由に。健闘を祈らせてもらおう。
By the starting line, staff members finish installing the compass system on the vehicles of Polonitsa's team. Soon, following the signature gunshot, Polonitsa's fleet sets off with great fanfare. Meanwhile, the 4 new members scattered on board the jeeps also begin their operation.
私と美容家は周囲の警戒をする。サブリナとメイリンは羅針盤の調査を。
Sitting on the passenger seat, Sabrina helps Maylin connect the terminal used for data processing into the system.
大丈夫だよメイリー。接続準備はできてる。指揮官に連絡しよう。
In the bat seat, Maylin has already established comms with the commander.
続して羅針盤の調査を開始します。
Alright, let's get started. Oh, fancy. Hey, that was Rosa. I saw it. Ta-da! Connection successful. Time to start troubleshooting. Yep, let's begin. That was crazy animation. Alright, since Sabrina is here, we're gonna add her to the list. Well, Klukai is here. Well, she's driving, so. Alright, let's see if we can take out a majority of these guys. Well, I kind of want to take out the invisible guys first, or as much as possible. Go down here. I think right here is a good sweet spot. That way everyone is dead. Can you possibly take out everybody? No? Okay. I think she can probably. Oh my god, so close. Maybe you can do something? Never mind. Oh no, lag. Oh wait. No, never mind. Can you reach? Never mind. Damn it. Oh wow. After a round of rapid scans, Sabrina disconnects herself from level 2. The comm line returns only silence, briefly broken up by Maylin's frantic typing. Maylin, Sabrina, how's the situation? Even you can't track it down? Dot dot dot. Maylin's voice is abruptly interrupted by an explosion. The comm ends in the middle of gunfire and engine roars. I double checked the message Maylin sent me and the data returned by brief. Technical know-how far above their usual levels. Modus operandi inconsistent with their past behaviors. Seems like these old friends of mine have suddenly changed. Setting down the terminal cluttered with information, I look out at the endless wasteland plains. Violent gales sweep up clouds of yellow sand, obscuring the sky above and the distant horizon. Even the sharpest hunter will find discerning the path forward in such obscurity an almost impossible task. I let out a heavy sigh. Could it be that, in places I cannot see, the Viagers are going through some drastic internal changes? Polinitsa sits down beside Amanda, hands her a glass of milk, and pats the little girl on her fluffy head. The warm, comforting aroma of hot milk wafts through the air. Amanda holds up the glass, but does not drink it, instead staring intently at Polinitsa.
覚悟がなければどのみち汚染エリアでやっていけません。
Palanetza laughs cheerfully.
焦るんじゃないよ。あんたはまだ若い。地道に鍛え続ければきっと大物の闇ブローカーになれる。それまでは大人に任せな、小さな英雄ちゃん。
Palanetza reassuringly pats Amanda's shoulder.
それにこのレースの結果は私の手札になるからね。実力はちゃんと証明しないと。
でも死んだ仲間の敵を取りたいです。この手で。
Clutching the glass in her hands, Amanda slightly lowers her head.
出発前に彼女が話してくれたこと忘れられないんです。ホワイトエリアのお金持ちの間で流行ってるものさえ分かれば鉱山に住んでる友達の役に立てるかもって。
Amanda's eyes redden, and she sniffles.
こんなことになるはずじゃ。
あんたはいい子だね、アミンダ。だけど覚えとくよ。闇ブローカーの世界に正義と平等なんてものはない。あやふやな一線しかない弱肉強食の世界だ。そして一線を越えたやつが代償を払う。
Dang.
これで好きなことをする時間ができましたね。
Around noon, I decide to pass the time with the Zakiro dolls at the fair while waiting for a reply. At last, my terminal suddenly vibrates repeatedly.
指揮官が探していたやつを捕まえました。詳細は添付ファイルを。来るかい。
Aww.
任務完了。詳細は添付ファイルを見て。上記。
I opened the attachments and verified the information sent back together with Springfield. Looks like we got everything we needed.
待ちきれないようですね。
Springfield smiles, then turns around while clapping her hands.
皆さん、休憩時間はおしまいです。お茶会の準備をしてください。
The trio who has been impatiently waiting at the nearby booths quickly gathers around.
やっと終わったの？これ以上待ってたらせっかくのメイクが台無しだったよ。
店長、今度はどんなご用意を？そうですね。今回のお客様でしたら浅入りの豆で大丈夫です。
Them using like hidden terms like with coffee related things reminds me of John Wick 2, where he goes to get guns and he tells them he wants a tasting and they like use a bunch of terms. Like they don't outright say what they're saying, they just use like vague terms. Like, oh, like I need something for the end of the night, something big, something bold. Or like, oh, I need dessert, and it's like knives. Like, I like that they're doing that here. You girls are making yourselves sound like the bad guys with lines like that. Oh my. How could I possibly miss out on such a wonderful opportunity to join in on the fun? Under the watch of the Zakiro dolls and I, Springfield dials a familiar number. Trying to recognize the voice, but I can't. Ah. Trickery. Wow, that was short. As the taste of black tea settles on my tongue, I see Jacob rush in with his secretary. Since we are the only customers in the cafe, Jacob quickly directs his attention towards us, but a look of caution and confusion naturally crawls onto his face as he notices the presence of Polonitsa. Looks like our conversation will have to end here for now. Polonitsa stands up calmly and leaves in a carefree manner. As she walks past Jacob, I see her stop for a moment, and then Jacob's expression becomes even more gloomy. Jacob curses softly and moves to find another table to sit at. Mr. Jacob, why don't you come over here? So you have a habit of doing business across tables, Mr. Jacob. Not that I mind. It seems Miss Drachin has a good sense of confidentiality and did not reveal our identities to you. You're right, but just because I can't doesn't mean my commissioner can't either. Don't believe me? Why don't you ask Miss Drachin for yourself? I show him the comms interface with Drachin on my terminal screen. Jacob quickly adjusts his expression and takes a seat at the opposite end of the table from me and Springfield. Instead of responding to Jacob right away, Springfield smiles and calls Senator Teresa over. Oh nah, this goes hard. I'm gonna screenshot this. The last thing you see before you die. At Springfield's behest, Senator Teresa neatly clears away the tea set used to host Polonitsa. Then she brings warm coffee for all three of us. Given the generous terms you offered us as the hosts of the fair, we figured we should swing by to check on things first. The White Zone geezers tend to be more suspicious the wealthier they are. I'm sure Mr. Jacob understands that, right? Mr. Jacob, as you might have learned from Drachin, Polonitsa has given us better quotes. Truth be told, we just reached a preliminary agreement. Her team had an accident? Alright, I will relay this situation to my commissioner. However, our meeting today is to discuss another matter. Rather than rushing to respond, I leisurely take a sip of my coffee made from lightly roasted beans, relishing in the refreshing flavor. Jacob, meanwhile, waits patiently and eagerly. It seems that he has fully accepted our identity. Springfield. Jacob's smile freezes.
会いした時、私と一緒にいたペリーという人形をご存知ですか？彼女の行方が知りたいんです。
その件なら秘書がお伝えした通り、心当たりはありません。
話はこれからです。闇市に存在しない商品はなく、あるのは払えない値段だけ。まずはこちらの支払う報酬を提示させてください。
いいでしょう。
Springfield gently blinks.
沈黙。
何？
あなたがバリャーグと結託している事実を墓場まで持っていきます。
Jacob sets down the coffee, the bottom of the cup making a dull thud on the table.
聞き捨てなりませんね。私がバリャーグなどと？そんな力、私にはありませんよ。
そうでしょうか。あなたの影響力は通常の闇ブローカーの範疇を逸脱しています。
Springfield turns on the terminal and shows Jacob a report.
ブリーフは常に様々な地域のバリャーグの活動を観察、記録しています。ここも例外ではありません。記録によれば、この地域のバリャーグの被害は甚大で、賞金ハンターが次々派遣されたものの、一向に改善が認められません。しかし、ある時期を境に、あなたのキャラバンだけ無傷で生き残り、ライバルはことごとく活動を停止しました。そして、あなたがこの一帯最大の闇ブローカーとなりました。活動範囲は拡大する一方、まるでバリアーグよけの魔法でもあるかのように。
魔法？すべて実力ですよ。この辺は鉱物資源が豊富です。採掘に来る者は後を絶ちません。バリャーグもバカじゃない。弱い方を狙うのは当然でしょう。
ええ。そして採掘に訪れた者たちは、一番土地勘のあるあなたから情報を買っていたはずです。
それが何だというのです？バリャーグは常に動いてますし、環境情報だって生ものです。
なるほど。口を割らせるには報酬が足りなかったようです。
Springfield smiles and gently taps on the terminal. The screen flickers on before cutting to some footage of the wilderness. Sabrina drags a Viator in front of the camera.
やっと一人捕まえたよ。カルドの裏口のネズミよりすばしっこいんだから。
The captured Viator struggles to break free from Sabrina's hold. Klukai moves in, deftly yanks on his withering arm until it is dislocated, and finally snatches the terminal from his hand. She then shows the terminal to the camera. On the small device, several dots can be seen flickering, the exact coordinates of Polonez's team.
羅針盤は今も位置情報をバリアーグに送信している。見えますか、指揮官。
As she speaks, Klukai aims her gun at the vehicle not far behind. Following a muzzle flash, the screen on the vehicle shatters, and the positioning device is destroyed. Simultaneously, one of the dots flickering on the terminal disappears.
これで任務完了です。
The footage ends. The cafe returns to silence, with Jacob's expression becoming far more sour than before.
羅針盤のインストールはすべての参加者に義務付けられています。バリアーグが位置情報を知っているのは偶然でしょうか。
当たり前でしょう。俺は明らかにバリアーグが羅針盤をハッキングした結果だ。参加者の安全を守るためのシステムをこのような形で利用されて残念でなりません。こうなってはシステムを停止させるほかないでしょう。
Before Springfield can stop him, Jacob calls out to his secretary behind him.
何をほうけている。バリアーグが皆さんを撃ち殺す前にシステムを止めないか。
はい。
The secretary hastily takes out a terminal and frantically taps on it.
停止しました。
With the system turned off, a smile of relief appears on Jacob's face.
これで参加者の安全は守られました。ご報告感謝いたします。ご安心ください。もう私たちもバリアーグも位置情報を知ることはできません。
それは何よりです。ね、指揮官。
はい。
Yeah, it's a good thing for everyone involved.
お礼にそのペリーという人形の捜索に全面的に協力させていただきましょう。何かあれば遠慮なくお伝えください。
I hate this guy, bro. Jacob smiles again in a friendly manner, but in response, Springfield simply takes a sip of the coffee and sighs helplessly.
商人は何よりも信用が大事だと個人的に思っているのですが、残念ながらあなたは信用に足る人物ではないとお見受けします。
Smiling, Springfield picks up the terminal and presses the play button again. On the screen, evidence of Jacob's meeting with Perry is replayed.
ペリーが失踪する前の映像です。面識はあるはずなのに、一貫して関与を否定されてましたね。
Jacob glares at his secretary, who looks just as clueless as he is. Thinking back to prior events, he comes to a conclusion. While he successfully planted a mole in Polonez's team, his own team has already been infiltrated without his knowledge.
ポルトニッツァ。
あなたの部下はこれよりも多くの情報を提供してくださりましたが、今は商談中です。この話はよしましょう。あまり困らせないよう指揮官に言いつけられています。誠意を見せていただければ、こちらもある程度は譲歩できますが。
これはやられました。可能ならまず誤解の方を解かせてください。あの夜、私は確かにペリーさんにお会いした。初日のレースで優秀な成績を収めた彼女を迎え入れようと思ってね。その後の行方は本当にわからないんです。
まだまだ報酬にご満足いただけてないようですね。
Springfield sets down the terminal and gently spins the cup in her hand.
ドラヘンさんへお伝えした倉庫の座標を覚えていますか？このように面談の時間と場所は変更しましたが、事前に様子を見に行かせていただきました。確かに大したラインナップです。市場の闇ブローカーたちが自分たちの奪われたはずの商品が並ばれている光景を見たら、どういった反応を示すのでしょうね。
As if hearing the most amusing joke he has ever heard, Jacob leans back into his chair with a sense of relief.
闇ブローカーの扱う商品のバリエーションなどたかが知れる。私が奪った証拠はどこにあるというのです？商品に彼らの名前が書かれてるわけでもあるまいに。言動から察するに、あなたはグリーンエリアの人形ですね。指揮官から教わりませんでしたが、汚染エリアにはシリアルナンバーも起きてもない。あるのは金とそれを持つ人間だけ。
随分とお行儀がいいんですね。
どういう意味です？
ここは汚染エリアで、あなたは闇ブローカー。いつから汚染エリアでは証拠がものを言うようになったんですか？
Seeing the sudden realization in her opponent's eyes, Springfield doesn't follow up right away. Like a playful cat with its prey cornered, she now only seeks entertainment.
闇ブローカーの法廷があるなら見てみたいですね、指揮官。
Of course, I want to witness such a once-in-a-lifetime occurrence too. Jacob sits across the table and picks up his cup in an annoyed fluster, only to realize his cup has long been emptied.
おや、飲み干したようですね。センターレイシーさん、継ぎ足してください。
お構いなく。
Jacob instinctively wants to refuse, but he can't help but swallow the rest of his sentence under Springfield's smiling gaze, and watch as Sinisterisa approaches with a coffee pot to pour coffee into his cup. Time slows down to an unbearable crawl as the coffee slowly flows. Finally, Sinisterisa quietly withdraws while a petite doll brings her another pot full of freshly brewed coffee. But I think Jacob isn't in the right headspace to notice that.
確かに私はグリーンエリア出身です。仲間と共にカフェを営んでいました。良好な関係を維持している間は芳醇なコーヒーをご提供しましょう。しかし今は指揮官の戦術人形。コーヒー以外のものもその気になればご提供できます。
Springfield's sentence is followed up by a targeting laser deliberately flashing before Jacob's eyes, ultimately landing right on his temple. Jacob looks up in panic, but the sunlight outside temporarily blinds him. After regaining his vision, he sees the maid with her downcast eyes holding the coffee pot and staring calmly at him. Further away at the bar, the petite doll with exquisite makeup draws a heart in the air with a sweet smile. All of this makes him freeze in place. Instead of saying something, I merely pick up my coffee and take a sip. A light roast. Must have tasted incredibly bitter for our friend Jacob here. Jacob's laughter breaks the silence.
お見事です。ここまで来たらもう男気は通用しませんね。ああ、そうさ。俺はバリアーグと手を組んでライバルを排除してもらっていた。それがどうしたというんだ。汚染エリアはそもそも弱肉強食。お前たちやポルトニッツァのような金と武器に物を言わせてきた連中が必死に生きてる人間の何がわかる。俺だって正々堂々と生きたかったんだ。死人のものを回収して何が悪い。簡単に人を信じるような間抜けも遅かれ早かれ死ぬんだ。だったら俺が有効活用した方が人のためになる。
I look at Jacob, who's consumed by rage and frustration, but I have no desire to argue with him. I've seen his kind more times than I can count. A soul twisted and utterly consumed by the contamination zones. While collapsed radiation physically mutates humans into mindless beasts, desires born out of this harsh environment slowly turns them into demons. Although tragic, it is no excuse for the atrocities they've committed. Rage and survival instincts may allow one to weather the storm, but losing oneself in them will turn anyone into a monster clad in human skin.
ポルトニッツァに追い出されてからどんな目にあったか知っているか。安い商品を乗せた車に目をつけられないか、狂った生き袋に襲われないか、コーラップスストームに巻き込まれないかとビクビクしながら汚染エリアを行き来する日々だ。毎回経験に祈ったつもりなんだけどな。何事もなく戻ってこられたことは一度もない。それで思ったのさ。利用できるものは何だって利用してやろうってな。ここではどうせ力が全てなんだ。あのバリアーグたちさえいれば俺のキャラバンは永遠に最強だ。お前たちもポルトニッツァも俺を舐めていた闇ブローカーどもも誰も俺に勝てない。ああ、そうさ。今回きっと助けてくれる。 あいつらも黙っちゃいないからな。今すぐ呼んで。
Jacob takes out his terminal. It begins ringing even before he has time to make a call. Bang. There is a gunshot, and then the communication gets cut off.
どういうことだ。
ヤクブ様、我々の所有する倉庫が次々とバリアグの襲撃を受けています。すでに陥落した場所も。
なんだと。
Meanwhile, my terminal also receives a call from Duroza. I look at the panicking Jacob. If you want to salvage anything from this, give me the coordinates of all the warehouses that haven't been raided yet. Ah, looks like we can add Duroza to the team. We've reached the coordinates of the indicated warehouse, now sharing environmental data. There are many Viagers here, so please be careful, Commander. Yeah, data received. Let's start. I'll leave this side to you. Understood. You won't be disappointed. It's been a while since I used Duroza, or Nemesis, or Klukai, or not Klukai, Kotelek, and I actually used Clothine recently. Alright, who should we replace though? Probably Sabrina. Make more sense. I want to get as like many people like from across as possible, so that should be fine. I wonder if Springfield can get those two in the way back. I doubt. Oh, maybe she can. Yeah, that works perfect. Wow, she can't kill that guy? Whoa, that kind of sucks. Alright, maybe she can go over here and kill this guy. I really need to like yeah, I don't know what I was gonna say. No, she can't reach. Oh well. Thank you. Are the teams participating in the rally all right? Got it. Continue to keep in touch with brief. Upon hanging out my communication with Duroza, I look over at Jacob, who is still stubbornly trying to contact his warehouses. The hollow gaze in his eyes has completely replaced the dignified facade he had previously put on. Why would we do that, though? Jacob suddenly throws the terminal aside and yanks on his hair. His once meticulously maintained hair now lies in jumbled strands on the top of his head, reminding me of the slum dwellers forced to live underground with no access to clean water and no way to maintain personal hygiene. Springfield glances at me hesitantly, only continuing after receiving my nod of approval.
庫へ調査に向かったところ、警備員はバリアーグによって全滅、商品も全て略奪されていました。現場に落ちていた警備員の端末には未送信のメッセージがありました。それによればバリアーグの次の狙いは集落だから、そこへ防御を集中しました。
Jacob suddenly pauses.
ということは、他の闇ブローカーから奪われたものを見つけたというのは嘘だったのか。
Springfield's silence completely breaks Jacob's last bit of resolve.
商談で人形に負けたのか。俺の人生。
Oh my god, this guy completely broke down.
ヤクブさん、商談はまだ終わっていませんよ。私たちの望む商品をご提供いただければ、こちらも報酬をお支払いします。それに加え、残った倉庫もお守りしましょう。
ああ、わかったよ。あの人形の居場所を知っている。
In the middle of the night, Jacob emerges from the other side of the secret door and sees Perry waiting for him.
本日のレースお見事でした、ペリーさん。この調子ならすぐに情報に必要なポイントを集められるでしょう。
ありがとうございます。それより師匠の手がかりを見つけたというのは。
ええ、これは知り合いから聞いた話ですが。
なるほど。まさか師匠がクリスタルハンターになって名前も変えていたなんて、通りで見つからないわけだ。ありがとうございます。すぐに探しに行きます。
少々お待ちを。実はこれから出荷の予定があるのですが、せっかくですし乗っていかれては。部下にペリーさんを待つよう連絡しておきましょう。
いいですか。ではお言葉に甘えて、今指揮官に。
実は出荷予定の商品はそのクリスタルハンターたちが必要としている補給で一刻の猶予もありません。ペリーさんは今すぐ向かってください。エルモ号には私の方から連絡を入れましょう。
Jeez, he's such a scumbag.
でも
あと2分もすれば出発します。さあ。
じゃあお願いします。絶対に見つけないと。師匠。
部下に指示してお前たちの仲間をトンプソンのいるところ、つまりはバリアーグのキャンプ近くに連れて行った。途中で異常に気づかれたが、車にはジャマーをつけていたから問題なかった。
ジャマー
Signal jammer. This isn't the first time you've done this, huh?
まあな、この辺のバリアーグは機械と戦術人形ばかり漁っていたからな。今さらキャンプに向かったところでもう遅いだろう。
どういうことだ。
What does that mean?
奴らは回収した機械は改造して、人形は洗脳して自分たちの戦力にする。
バリアーグにす
They have this sort of expertise?
信じるかどうかはお前らの勝手だ。機械ばかり漁っているのも黒幕の差し金だろう。
黒幕
Their real master?
会ったことはないが、あいつらの真の指導者は他にかなりのやり手だ。 普段俺とやりとりしてるのはそいつの下にいるチンピラさ。
Dot dot dot. The real master. If such a person exists inside the Viagers, then it would explain all the abnormalities. But right now, I have no time to ponder such matters. The smile on Perry's face when she reunited with the Elmo lingers in my mind. I have to save her. Give me the location of their camp, right now. After obtaining the coordinates and notifying Brief, I quickly set off with the dolls. Dang. Kind of figured that was what's going on. The same endless darkness sears through the narrow cloud with an unbearable agony. I can't recall. Those memories that were here, what were they supposed to be? I can't remember. The gaps are widening. The blanks are expanding. Once cherished neural records break and fade away. Even though she knows she can't possibly win, Perry refuses to give in. She walks through the door again and again, only to be struck down by Springfield once more. The overwrite creeps forward with each fall, and it won't be long before everything that makes her Perry is gone. Kneeling in the darkness, the broken yet constantly melding neural records tangle around her like a nightmare, one that she can never get a firm grip on. Data 1. Data erased. How many overwrites has it been? Perry has been forcibly subjected to this neural overwrite program ever since she was deceived by Jacob. Purging units repeatedly attack her level 2, overwhelming her. With every fall, Perry can distinctly feel the loss of a certain fragment of her memory. It started with the frustration of a missing corner pieces, but now the entire puzzle is becoming unrecognizable. There is a brief pause as the program reloads, and purging units won't attack in this brief moment. It's a rare moment of respite, but Perry would rather not be here in the first place. Surrounded by darkness and solitude enough to drive anyone mad, it's hard to imagine what kind of person could get used to this place. Enduring the searing pain, Perry subconsciously assumes a defensive posture and looks around warily, but she does not spot the person who spoke to her.
あなたにとって馴染みのある環境、出来事、人物を構築した。例えばあなたの仲間の人形たちはそれぞれ特定の演算子に対応している。それらを正しい順番に並べ替えるのが最終的な停止コードを導き出すプロセス。こちらから都度次の演算子を提示するから、あなたがやることはその演算子に対応した人形を大会やレースで勝たせること。脱落の順番もコードの特定に重要なプロセスだけど、その辺も私がアシストする。これを何度か繰り返すことで停止コードがわかる。複雑そうに聞こえるけど、やることは至ってシンプル。あなたはグリフィンの戦術人形としてできることをすればいい。
わかりました。ではあなたが求める見返りは何ですか？
あなたが安全にここから脱出すること。
本当にそれだけですか？他に目的は？
疑ってどうするの？上書きプログラムを止めなければあなたは死を迎える。これ以上繰り返させないで。
わかりました。その商談乗ります。
交渉成立。
In the darkness, a door opens.
この中に入れば私のよく知る環境とみんなが待っているんですね。
ええ、あなたの期待通りというわけにはいかないけど。
At this point, Perry can't possibly grasp the meaning behind the voice, and it's clear that they have no intention of explaining further. Perry holds onto her gun tightly and steps through the door. Data 2. Bang. 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 Following the last gunshot, the hand that Perry uses to wield her weapon begins to tremble, and tears well up in her eyes. Finally, she collapses, feebly kneeling on the ground. Her surroundings gradually shatter and fade, leaving her alone in the darkness.
本当にやらないといけないんですか？他の選択肢はないんですか？
上書きプログラムより先に演算結果を抹消しなければメンタルログは根本的に抹消される。何度も言わせないで。
だって自分の手で大切な仲間をそんなこと。
Oh, that's what it was. I guess I was sort of right that it was a dream, but it's more like internal.
データの塊でしかない。何をそんなに悲しんでるの？
それでもみんな優しかった。現実と一緒で。
あなたのメンタルログをもとに再現した存在なんだから当たり前。あなたがそう思うのはそれがあなたにとっての仲間たちだから。
じゃあ本物の仲間たちじゃないですか。私は背が小さくて弱いのがコンプレックスだったんです。だから師匠のようなかっこいい一人前の人形になりたかったんです。自分のために一方的にみんなを殺すなんて私にはできません。本物の記憶を守るためなのは理解しています。それでも私の銃はこんなことをするためにあるんじゃ。
直さが一回一回のループを困難にしていることがわからないの？
すみません。でも私にとっては本物と変わらないんです。でもあなたの助けがあればいずれ停止コードを割り出せます。もう暗闇も苦じゃありません。現実と虚構の区別もちゃんとつけます。
私にできることは限られてる。あまり頼らない方がいい。それに私たちは別に友達でもない。次の演算が始まる。準備して。
I wonder who it is. Data 3.
どうしていきなり消えたんですか？おかげでモッピーの挙動も試合もめちゃくちゃになって。
サブリナが今回の演算師だった。彼女が脱落した時点で演算を続ける意味はない。
でも
私たちにはおままごとをしてる時間がないんだよ。
These simulations exist only to generate the termination code, not to offer a blissful dream to indulge in. This is a fact that both know all too well.
はい、ちゃんと分かってます。でもそのおままごとが私を突き動かしてくれてるんです。演算結果を抹消した時、スプリングフィールドさんが消えましたが、影響はありますか？
わからない。システムが異常データに早めに対処した可能性がある。今のところ異常は認められない。
よかったです。これでゴールが近づいてきましたね。あなたのおかげです。もしかしたら次の演算で停止コードがわかるかもしれませんよね。
そう簡単にはいかない。
次がダメでもその次できっと。
上書きプログラムには必ず防衛機能がついてる。それがいつ呼び起こされるかわからない。防衛機能が働いたら私はすぐに離脱する。だから急いで。
The pain and scorching sensation brought by the overwrite continues to torment Perry. Not wanting to forget, Perry desperately recalls fragments of her neural records. At the very least, she mustn't forget where she is and what she is doing so that she has a chance of making it out alive. As Perry encourages herself with these words, true and false memories slowly merge into an amalgamation as her neural cloud gradually collapses. Data 4. Perry leans against the car door. The compass on the screen inside flickers unusually.
絶対に見つけないと。停止コードを。絶対に見つけないと。師匠。
もう一度聞きます。あの夜、誰と話していたんですか？
Bane.
私は一体誰と話して。私はどこに。何が本当なの。
Like a jumbled mess, her mind has been shattered and stitched together again and again. Broken, redundant, disordered, chaotic, and viscid. Perry is in complete disarray.
隠れても無駄です。諦めてください。ここにいる限り私には勝てません。あなたを助けていた不具合はすでに修正済みですから。
私だけじゃ何もできない。ずっとこうだ。私はやっぱり弱い。
どうだ？新しい装
How
備
is
は慣
it?
れたか？
Are you used to your new gear yet? Ha, yes, you look incredibly cool.
師匠のように強くなるって誓ったのに。
改造した人形を高く見すぎてるのか、それともただ自分を卑下しすぎてるのか。成績がいささか足りないのは確かだ。そう考えてるのはお前だけだ。
私は結局一人前にはなれなかった。
ペリーって変わったよね。昔と全然違うな。なんというか小さいけどすごい頼もしいというか。
弱いままで自分の記憶すら守れない。
それはないよ。だってみんな戦術人形なんだよ。
焦る必要はない。
Nothing can be done all at once, Perry.
ペリー、勝ったらまた会おうね。
でも私は
大丈夫だ。どんな結果になっても
You're speaking as if you didn't win yesterday's race. I promise you, I'll be waiting for you right here. At last, the distraught Perry raises her head.
時間が経っても変わらないな。私は一人前になろうと思っても人に頼ってばかり。心のどこかでずっと助けてもらえると思ってた。助けがなければ怯えて一歩も前に進めない。自分の身は自分にしか守れないんだから。
Perry wipes away her tears. You're speaking as if you didn't win.
スプリングフィールドさんには一度も勝てたことはありませんが、もう大丈夫です、指揮官様。メンタルに欠損があっても、現実と虚構の違いが分からなくなっても、停止コードも師匠も絶対に見つけるんだ。それが強い人形になるということなんだから。過去がどうであれ、これからの現実はちゃんとつかむ。
At last, Perry stands up, weapon firmly in hand.
今までの全てを私の力に。待っててください、皆さん。
As the new overwrite process finishes loading, a glowing doorway appears in front of her. Just like she has done countless times before, Perry walks through it once more. However, she is certain that this time will be the last. Springfield is waiting for her. After the voice disappeared, no matter how many cycles she has drawn through, Springfield is always waiting for her the very moment she initiates a new simulation. Like the countless times before, Springfield flashes a polite yet cold smile at Perry before training her rifle on her. But unlike before, this time, Perry no longer runs away.
ようやく決心したようですね。抵抗を続けても時間の無駄です。おとなしくしていればまたみんなと会えるかもしれないんですよ。
Perry raises her weapon and points it at Springfield.
まだ続けますか。ここにいる限り私には勝てないというのに。あなたのメンタルの中ではスプリングフィールドは強大な存在。彼女へ抱くイフの念がそのまま私への恐怖に変わり、私を強くする。
Oh, that's why Springfield is like the main enemy.
何度試しても同じです。
Because she sees her as like the strongest. Rather than panicking or trembling, all Springfield sees is the muzzle of Perry's weapon.
そうですね。スプリングフィールドさんはすごい人です。でもあなたは違います。本物のスプリングフィールドさんは温かくて優しくて、それに怒ったスプリングフィールドさんの方が1万倍怖いです。計算していませんでしたか？私は計643回の演算を行いました。スプリングフィールドさんに負けたのは151回、勝ったのは412回、そのうち126回はあなたに破壊されましたが、私の攻撃は237回届きました。
へえ。
わかりませんか？私には賞賛があるんです。なのに他人に頼りきりで思い込みで負けを認めてきた。こんなことみんなに知られたら笑われちゃいます。
うるさい。
Springfield pulls the trigger before Perry can finish, but Perry manages to swiftly dodge the bullet.
メンタルログなんかじゃ温かい気持ちも励ましも楽しい時間も再現することはできません。だから私は絶対にみんなのところへ帰ります。そんなデータで再現されたあなたなんかただの出来損ないです。あなたのことは私が一番知っています。そして今の私はあなたより強い。
Now bereft of hesitation, without worries, devoid of anxiety, Perry pulls the trigger with resolute determination.
私のメンタルを返してください。
Yeah, I always wondered why it was Springfield. Hehe, if you want your Neuro Cloud back, come and take it. Just you wait, I won't lose. Too bad we don't have Perry for this. We're just gonna use Springfield.
出撃おじけついたの？
Yeah, this is gonna be yeah.
了解。
Oh my. Yeah.
わかった。
Bane.
あなた。
With a look of disbelief on her face, Springfield collapses as her core is pierced by the bullet. Having exhausted her last ounce of strength, Perry collapses to the ground. Her scarred body finally gets a moment of rest, but instead of happiness, it's the feeling of exhaustion that overwhelms her. It is at this moment that Perry realizes that the simulated space is beginning to collapse. This is to be expected. Once the voice has disappeared and Perry's neural records become sparse, there are barely any fragments remaining to support a stable simulation. She has ignored all of this up until now due to her pain. Springfield sneers mockingly upon noticing Perry's expression. As Springfield gradually dissipates, her body reverts into basic character strings. Before Springfield completely disappears, Perry once again picks up her weapon. Oh wow. Springfield is the one to greet us. Alright, so we're on the last one. I guess technically it's the last one, and there's like 3 other ones afterwards. I don't know what this is supposed to be though, so we will see. With the vehicle parked in a secluded spot, I lead the dolls and observe the camp from a long distance away. No, this looks more like... We have no choice but to make an entry since Perry's location is still unknown. Mei-Ling, you stay here with me, as well as Sin and Teresa. Goroza, take the brief support units and establish a perimeter 500 meters out from the camp and be ready to close the net. Don't worry, the rest of you, follow my commands and prepare yourselves for entry. A short while later, Springfield, who's in charge of the entry team, sends a message. Sweep all the structures. Stay on high alert. Following Sabrina's scream, a loud thud of something heavy collapsing comes through the comms. What happened? Rosa, have the rapid reaction units move out and cover us ASAP. I already know what it is. Alright, to make this lore friendly and to not overdo it, we'll have Springfield, Sabrina. Who else do we have? Macchiato, right? Yeah. Well, no, Springfield. Yeah, we're good. Just to make it lore friendly, let me kind of decide how I want to do this. Alright. I mean, it's not like it's gonna take me a while to defeat this thing, but I just... Yeah, he wasn't that crazy when I took him out, so... Can't kill him in one shot, okay. This is what I'll do first, I think. Yeah, there we go. Do that. Take those guys out. That's fine. That's fine. And then we'll have her do this. Yeah, it will take a while, I mean, that's fine. Since I'm not using my overpowered units. Wait, okay, yeah, do that instead. Oh. Oops. I see. Have we found Perry yet? What you're saying is the Viagers are deliberately localizing it? Yeah, I know. Oh, I didn't even think we'd find her that fast. Alright, I wonder what this is gonna be. I wonder if it's something unique. In a dark compartment on the side of the warehouse, Perry lies silently on the operating table with her eyes tightly shut. Sabrina attempts to wake her, but Perry remains unresponsive. Quickly connecting Perry to her portable device, Mei-Ling begins an emergency examination. What's the matter?
ペリーさんはフリーズではなくメンタルを何かのプログラムによって占領攻撃されている状態です。
An injected program? Could it be that brainwashing one Jacob mentioned?
上書きのことですか？はい、今まさに実行されています。
Is there any way to stop it?
試してみないと。上書きプロセスはそんなに早くないので可能性はあります。
Yeah, make it quick. Maylene nods and quickly gets to work. Her fingers fly across the keyboard. Countless windows pop up and close. Beads of sweat slowly drip down her forehead.
それでもそんな。
The dolls gather around while the brief support units search through the camp, but Maylene is completely unbothered by all this.
あれ？これは停止コード。ありました。指揮官。
Maylene suddenly looks up, grabs onto my arm, and shakes it excitedly. Take your time.
落ち着いて聞いてください。ペリーさんは確かにメンタルを占領されています。でもペリーさんはどうやら自力で停止コードを演算しているようです。私たちが来る前に何度もペリーさんをずっと諦めずに耐えていたんです。私だけではどうにもなりませんでしたが、力を合わせればこの状況を打開できるかもしれません。私たちはどうすればいいんですか？セカンダリレベルに接続してペリーさんの演算を支援してください。上書きプロセスよりも早く。演算状況を画面に表示させるので指揮官も協力お願いします。
Let's get started. I'm kind of curious how this is going to work. Oh. Now, I need to help Perry complete the termination code. Her neural cloud is a mess. The data generated by the simulation is completely jumbled up with the memory data from her neural logs. Like Maylene said, the termination code is hidden amidst this jumbled data. Maylene and the dolls will support the code simulation. As for me, I'll need to differentiate the truth from the simulated data. In the process, the real termination code will be revealed. Let's begin then. Time to get Perry out of that virtual maelstrom. Why did Perry shoot at us? Wait, what? Oh. She was seeing things? Oh. That's it. Based on the results Maylene sent us about the loophole that Perry is using, if her current iteration of her code simulation failed, she would have to manually clear it away before the overwrite program. I can't read that fast. That way she could preserve her neural logs and begin the next simulation loop. We were just a spoof code generated by the sim, just a loose end she needed to tie up. Given Perry's personality, it must have really been her. We need to hurry and help her get rid of... Okay, I can't read all that. On which days did Perry participate in the rally? Only the first one. That's right, we couldn't find her on the second day. She got drunk and caused trouble. Otherwise things... Okay. What exactly is Perry looking for? Just Thompson. I like this. This is unique. Oh, wait, I got it wrong? Oh, yeah.
上書きプログラムを終了させ師匠を探す。それがペリーの目的だ。そのために何度もレースを繰り返してきたんだ。
How does Perry feel about everyone? Affection, of course.
ペリーはずっとみんなのことが好きなんだ。現実でもそうじゃなくても、この気持ちは本物。じゃなければ、演算で再現された世界がこんなに穏やかなわけがない。すべての苦しみを一人で抱え込んで。
What is Perry's wish? To return to everyone's side.
ペリーが戦ってきた理由そのものだ。 私たちにとっては短い数日だったが、ペリーからすれば永遠に近い時間だっただろう。
Cipher sample collected. Do you wish to end the cipher simulation? Yeah. I kind of like this. This is like really unique from anything they ever did. They should do this more, I think.
これです。停止コードを特定できました。でもこれどういう意味でしょう。プログラムの名前とか。指揮官、早くプログラムを停止させましょう。
Harry, we're coming to get you. With the combined effort from all dolls, the termination code is quickly generated. On the pitch black screen, the slowly progressing program flickers a few times before finally coming to a stop. Overwrite aborted. I nod and hit the key to reactivate Perry. Seconds flow by. With all the voices calling out to her, Perry finally opens her eyes. Perry! Springfield and I help Perry slowly sit up. Perry stares at me blankly, as if just woken up from a dream. You're finally awake. Everyone was worried about you. You've been out for a long time, but it's okay. You're safe now. Perry looks around in confusion. Macchiato stands slightly further away with her arms crossed. Sharky is bending down and smiling at her. Sabrina and Mei-Ling stand at either side, both with tears in their eyes. Springfield sits beside her and gently places a comforting hand on her shoulder. Meanwhile, I reach out to her to softly pat the top of her head as I stand in front of her. Welcome back, Perry. Perry's eyes gradually regain their luster. Then, large drops of tears begin to well up in her eyes. She takes my hand and gently squeezes my palm. It takes a while before she finally looks up at me. Tears have already moistened her cheeks, but she puts on a smile and throws herself into my arms. Oh. There, just two more. It's already dark by the time we head back towards the settlement, but the streets and alleys are still bustling with energy. After taking care of the aftermath, Mei-Ling and I reach the entrance of the fair, a convoy of vehicles slowly rolling out of the intersection. Palanitza is at the head, directing workers in the loading and unloading of cargo, and Springfield is at her side. Seeing us approach, Palanitza raises her head and greets us. Yeah, thanks to everyone's help, everything managed to go smoothly. How about things on your end? Judging from all the commotion, it seems you got the deal? Mei-Ling glances at me with a look of desperation. Then you better ask Elmo's best broker, Springfield. See if she has any spare time to teach you a business trick or two. I wouldn't dare. If I offend you, the Elmo might end up being auctioned off before I even realize it. She gazes at me with a playful expression. The dazzle of the market casts a soft yet mysterious shadow on her face.
政府エリアと汚染エリアの間に立つことが多く、今回はホワイトエリアの企業に依頼されて実力のある闇ブローカーとパイプを持つよう動いていました。ポルドニッツァさんは本来最有力候補だったはずですが、ヤクブさんがどこからか情報を聞きつけ、先方により低い報酬を提示したのです。
私のキャラバンから情報を仕入れるとはなかなかやるよ。
そこで先方は比較検討するために両者を調査しました。ヤクブさんを調べてこのことを知った私はドラヘンさんに連絡して報酬と交換に協力を申し出ました。
So that's how you got the location of Jacob's warehouse.
ええ、さらにヤクブさんに圧力をかけるようお願いしました。ここまでうまくいったのもポルドニッツァさんのおかげです。
大したことじゃない。こっちはネズミを捕らえることができた上に大きなビジネスを成功させたんだ。あの監視カメラの映像くらい安いもんさ。
Hey, we offered you more than just that. Don't forget my excellent T-Dolls who helped you defeat the Viagers in the rally. You factored them as your own combat strength with the client, didn't you?
もうやすやすと騙されてくれないか。わかった。次来た時は値引きしておくよ。
ポルドニッツァさんを餌に大きな魚が釣れました。よくわかりませんが、すごいことをしてたんですね。
Yeah, I kind of got lost a little bit, but I kind of understand what happened.
商人同士の至ってシンプルな取引です。メイリンさんも大人になれば、いえ、一生わからない方がいいかもしれません。
Her saying that to Maylene after I just agree with what Maylene said, it just feels like... Facing the smiling Springfield, Maylene scratches her head in confusion. Suddenly she remembers something. That's what I was just thinking about.
指揮官を攻めてやりなさんな。これは私の意思なんだ。
Really? Instead of rushing to explain, Polanitsa looks over at her team who's working together to lift a large cargo box into the garage. While still wearing rough garments, I am certain they now walk a different path from those who only dwell in the underground slums. Despite their undoubtedly shared origin. As this perilous wasteland undergoes its own natural selection process, the government's relief effort is merely a drop in the bucket. If mankind doesn't pursue changes, they will eventually join the fine sand beneath their feet. Underground brokers are such agents of change. If humans are feeble ants in the face of collapsed contamination, then settlements like this are the anthills. Brokers' convoys move like a marching ant trail, winding its way through this wasteland, between one anthill and another. Some of them grow fangs and find treasures, even if those treasures might be nothing but scraps in the eyes of those living in the safety zones. Others are crushed and inevitably absorbed into the wasteland. I think I saw him dismissing his men before we arrived.
やっと闇ブローカーとしてのあり方を理解したってのかい。私たちは無法者だが、一線をわきまえなければならない。賞金ハンターやバリアーグと遜色ない武装をしているが、根本的に違うのは私たちは商人だってことだ。一線を越えたやつをメルクリウスは守ったりしない。たく、人間ってのは厄介だね。
Polanitsa goes on while still looking at her crew.
闇ブローカー同士に秘密なんてないのに。腐れ縁としての情けだ。今夜はヤクブに、生きるのに必死だった人間のために
Yeah, I just realized like how fucked up like some of the people in the some of the brokers that participated in the race died. Like Aminda's partner, like she had bruises all over her body, so they beat her to death. Like that's like fucked up. Like I realized like how brutal they were when it was first said, but I never truly like grasped like the brutality of like holy shit, these people are like scum. Like these aren't just normal bandits. Like because they said Viators are basically an umbrella term for bandits, but there's different groups of them, and these guys are just like freaking brutal for no reason. But we don't know who they are because apparently they were in the last event and they got away, and maybe we'll see them again. I stopped the still confused Mailing from asking further and lead her and Springfield away, leaving the calm of the night all to Polalenza. We start driving back to the Elmo after spending the night at the settlement. Basking in the sunshine, Perry looks over with her sparkling eyes. Oh, don't worry, you're not alone anymore. Now I kind of feel bad that I wasn't able to unlock her. You have to stop being so reckless then. If you want to be a successful broker, then you have to learn from Springfield and become more cautious. I'm kind of curious about that too. It's unclear to us as well, but as she said, you got out of the override program safely, which means her initial goal has also been achieved. There's no problem as long as she's still around. Perry looks out the car window. The towering silhouette of the Elmo is gradually coming into view. The car stops, and the dolls and I step out as we are greeted by those who stayed behind aboard the Elmo. Like a nimble rabbit, Perry swiftly hops forward. The others, somewhat moved by her, hasten their pace as well, leaving me behind. Bam! A party popper suddenly bursts into sunlight. Oh, I missed these two. Or missed everyone. It's been a while. Bam. Nemesis also pops hers. For once, there are no arguments between the two. Almost simultaneously, the dolls pull on the strings of their hidden party poppers, and colorful confetti rains down from the sky. What's with this elaborate ceremony? That we did, if you think about it. Yeah, more and more of our companions are coming back. Following Perry's exclamation, all the dolls, no matter what they have been doing, turn around and look at me. Still don't know what you're saying. Oh. Oh, Vipli, I missed you so much.
シャークリーもだよ。今夜はシャークリーのことだけ見てて。指揮官。
Oh, dude, this is I'm about to tear up a little bit.
お姉ちゃん、声が小さいよ。ほら、私みたいにもっと大声で。指揮官。ご主人様、お茶菓子をご用意いたします。
Dude, why is this so wholesome?
何突っ立ってんのよ、バカ。
You dork of a commander.
空気にならないで。読むのがめんどくさいから。
Please don't actually turn into a tree and just stand there.
みんな待ってますよ、指揮官。
Oh, Tlukai. Ah.
あれ、ここ。ああ、指揮官。2番隊と働いてきたの？お疲れ様だね。
What? We did that like I don't know how long ago.
何でボケてんの？2番隊は別の任務から帰ってくる途中でしょ。こんなやつはほっとこ、指揮官。
Oh, Belka.
間違って最初にクラッカー鳴らしちゃったけど、びっくりさせなくてよかった。おかえり。ここのところ異常はなかったよ。皆さん喜んでいますね。寂しい時間が長いほど再会した瞬間は甘く得難いものへと変わる。そう思いませんか、指揮官。早く入りましょう。皆さんを待たせたら悪いです。そろそろ出発の時間よ、指揮官。
Rosa is standing right next to me, and she reaches out. Without hesitation, I firmly clasp her hand back, the very first hand I held onto when I sunk into the swamp. Together, we wandered in the darkness for a very long time. Later on, we met more companions. There were reunions, new acquaintances, much laughter, and new misunderstandings. I would also be paralyzed and dumbstruck when faced with overwhelming odds, but I always knew that many were willing to stand by my side. Perhaps I have yet to find a correct and reasonable answer, but as long as hope remains, the Elmo will not stop. Let this stand as a remembrance of the time spent in exile and the journey that will follow. All hands aboard the Elmo, prepare to depart. Man, that was really good. Jeez, that was like... That almost brought a tear to my eye, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know why. But obviously that's not everybody. We still have a lot more dolls to get. And we got this last one. In the darkness, a conversation takes place.
あの賞金ハンターを仕留め損ねた。まさか上書きが終了していなかったとはな。これなら最初から連れ去った方が貴重な戦力を手に入れることができたってのに。まあ役部の資産はあらかた回収できたけどな。勝ってやった甲斐があったぜ。ブリーフの情報がなければ大損だった。だが役部もあの賞金ハンターも生きている。しばらくは同じ手を使えないな。新しいカモを買うのも無理だ。ボス、これからどうする？
The haughty voice falls silent. A pale pair of hands remove themselves from their ears.
部下にすべての活動を中止させ、待機を命じよ。
What?
そなたに至ってはサンクチュアリに召喚されるであろう。そなたが報告していたフリーズが頻発する問題もサンクチュアリは徹底的に調査する。
On board the Elmo, Maylin once again conducts a thorough neural examination of Perry.
これでよし。メンタルバックアップ完了です。ペリーさん。ありがとうございます。バックアップも取らずに今回のことが起きてどうなるかと思いましたけど、これでデータをなくしても怖くありません。
Maylin, how's the result of Perry's scan?
上書きの影響か、確かに一定の損傷は認められますが、重要なデータはどれも無事なので、特に大きな問題ありません。だから安心してください。歓迎会の準備もできましたし。歓迎会？私のですか？もちろんです。新しくエルモ号の一員になった方の歓迎会を開くのが通例です。スオミさんの時は。
I remember that.
スオミさんもいるんですか？いないようですけど。
Oh, didn't she leave?
あ、ちょっと訳あって今は。
Yeah, she had left. With that problematic task Colleen handed us on hand, everyone on the Elmo was tied up and unable to help Somi out. Now that the agreement has been relaxed, we can go find Somi and the others once we safely escort Helena to the destination. I'm also curious about what the doll community is like.
本当ですか？よかった。スオミさんに会いたいですし、あそこの農業機械にも興味があるんです。
In the ops room, several dolls are excitedly discussing the future. No one notices that the Elmo strings flicker unusually, followed by a few short lines of code flashing by on the console. Ingestion complete. Target subject safe extraction detected. A certain voice that has waited patiently in the dark finally relaxes.
やっと終わった。あの子を助けた甲斐があった。パラデウスの目を盗んで情報を送る機会を得られたんだから。あとは待つだけ。もう少しだ。星の風が知らせを運ぶ。
Dang. I have no idea who any of those people are. But yeah, that's crazy. I assume it's people from the last games. I never played those games, but wow, this was really long. This is probably the longest event out of all of them. And not only like the event itself, I'm talking about part 2 of the event. It's really long. I have so many parts of this event, and they're all each like an hour and 30, so yeah, that's a lot of editing I have to do. But hey, if you stuck around for the entire video, I might actually cut this up because this is way too long. But I mean, if you stuck around and you watched all the parts, I really appreciate it. You know, let me know in the comments that you made it to the end. Man, this music is like really good. But yeah, I'm excited to see. I know we're getting a new doll and a new event, obviously. I forgot how to say her name, but she looks like she's a cook. It's pretty cool. Let me actually see if I can find out what her name is. Yeah, again, I'm not good with names. I think it's Jawa. I think that's how you say it, but I'm excited for her. Yeah, I mean, I can't wait to see what's in store because it is getting crazy. But yeah, I mean, yeah, that's the end, I guess. But it's right now it's 3:47 in the morning. I'm on the day this event ends, so I was kind of late to doing this, but this event was kind of long, so I have to get better at just doing these events as soon as they come out instead of just waiting last minute. But I'm glad I was able to finish it at a reasonable time, not at like 5 in the morning, 6 in the morning. But anyways, again, if you made it this far, I appreciate you. Leave a comment saying that you made it this far, that way I know. I really despite how tiring these events are sometimes, because they're so long, I do enjoy recording them. That way I can archive them. So if someone misses the event, but they want to know about the story, they can watch my video. And if it does help them, you know, that makes me happy, whatever. Alright, but with that being said, I'm gonna eat and then go to sleep. And I will see you whenever. Bye-bye.